Hello? Oh, God, there we go. Jesus. Oh, my God. I came in and was like, hello, everybody. And it wasn't working, and I nearly panicked. Like, don't. My first stream back. Don't do this. Hello. I'm back. How's it going? You haven't seen me. You haven't seen me in the flarsh in 2 weeks, dude. I did stream. But, you know, they were little weird streams. And that's okay. It's okay to do a little weird stream sometimes. Highlights? No. I know. I think it kind of worked out that I was gone right when Baldur's Gate came out. Because a lot of people are like, you're back already? Yeah, dude. You were just in a Baldur's Gate pit. So. And yes, hello to everybody who couldn't make the streams when I was in America because they were at like a crazy time. Yo, it worked out very well for me though. I was getting rated like crazy. So even though my streams when I would start them would only have, you know, like a couple hundred people, all the boys would finish playing Baldur's Gate and stuff and raid me. It was great. It was great. My raid life was really good when I was in America. I know, sweetheart. Yeah, it was good. We had some things happen during it that were like, oh, so basically I was there for I was gonna say 2 weeks, but it was we had 10 days, right? So not including travel. The first week I spent with my parents, and that was very fun. And then I had talked with my sister, and we were like, okay, I'll go out, stay with my sister for a couple of days, and then go see Thierry for a day, and then come back to my parents for the rest of the trip, right? So we get there. We did get to see Thierry. It wound up having to be earlier in the week because of some family stuff that was going on. But we did get to see Thierry, and that was really fun. And Clark's obsessed with Thierry's kids. It's very cute. She's written like 8 different like I love you, I miss you letters to them. Which is adorable. I was like, can I take pictures of these and like actually send them to Auntie Heather? It's technically cousin Heather, but we say Auntie. Can I send them to Auntie Heather and then she can show them to the kids? And she's like, no. It's like, okay. So, I'm at my sister's, and my sister's like, I don't feel very well. I have a fever. I haven't had a fever in years. Keep in mind, everyone in their house works at a hospital. They all work at the same hospital, right? So immediately everybody in the house goes, take a COVID test. You have a fever? Take a COVID test. And she was like, you're right. Took a test, and she 100% had COVID. So she was like, okay, I'm going to go in a room by myself. I'm going to just stay there for the rest of the time that you're here. But for safety, for safety, I think you need to stay at our house. I was like, you're right, because even if my tests are negative, I don't want to take this to my parents, right? So we all took tests. 3 of us had it, and everyone else was fine. And we were taking tests every day, and the rest of us never got it because, fortunately, the people who did have it just totally isolated themselves, which sucks. But you know, they took all the right precautions, and the rest of us never got sick. Thank God. What is happening? Stop making noises. Um, yeah, so my sister was knocked out. She was not doing well. No one else got it. Thank God. But it did create a situation where the rest of that second week I was at my sister's house. And it was basically just me and Clark. Like, aside from my cousin Matt, is my age, and he never got it, so he played with her a bunch. But he works nights. He's like Sam, so he was only ever around in like the late afternoons. So it kind of the end. It's not that it sucked. It was fine, but like, we had like 3 days there where it was just me and Clark hanging out in my sister's house by ourselves for the most part. So, could have gone better, but it's okay. Yeah, Clark had a great time. When it was time for us to go, she was like, I don't want to leave. I'm having a great time. And I was like, okay. But we need to get home, dude. Yeah, I feel fine. If you mean emotionally, how am I feeling? I feel good. We'll be back out there in October, actually, because that's when we're celebrating Thanksgiving, because that's when Clark has her half-term break. So we're gonna be over there again pretty soon here. Yeah, Clark and I didn't get it. Thank goodness. We took it. We took tests literally up until the morning that we were going to be hopping on the plane. So, um, but yeah, little blessings. Yeah, very, very soon. But in the meantime, what's up? I'm back. Um, I was trying to figure out what we should do this week. I figure today can just be like sort of a chitty chatty thing. And if at some point I feel exhausted, we'll just end early and that's fine. But there have been a couple of things that have come out. There's like a weird, um, like ecology focused card game that's come out. There's a couple Metroidvanias, I think. Um, so I'm gonna try to sort of like feel out, obviously a card based game. Um, oh, that's right, Stray Gods. I forgot Stray Gods came out while I was gone. We should definitely do Stray Gods this week. Yeah. Yeah, it's called like Beecology or something. Hold on. Decarbonize, that's what it is. Environmental card strategy game with climate change as your opponent. Um, yes, there's that game. Pseudo Regalia is like it's designed to look like a retro kind of like N64 style game. But it's a Metroidvania. That one has really good reviews. I need to watch the Paleo VODs. I really want to get into that game. Yeah, I was talking with Tiri, and she was like, for whatever reason, a lot of ESO streamers have just been playing Palia. And I was like, that's so weird to me because there isn't like a lot of topic crossover. I feel like I wouldn't look at Palia and be like, who's going to fucking love this? ESO players. I haven't played Project Zomboid, no. All the boys played that, didn't they? It's because of the gotcha housing parts. Yeah, I'm enjoying paleo so far. I'm really curious. Uh, Community's on fire about the game and the cash shop. What about the cash shop? It's breaking laws in EU, US, and UK. What? How? Oh my goodness. Paleo, no. I didn't think. Yeah, I was gonna say, is it mystery boxes? But is it? Is it like? Oh, weird. Yeah, it's all. So the game, as far as I understand, is free, and then um uh they have a shop that's entirely clothing, I believe. Is it like there's bundles of like clothing sets, and you're sort of like buying a box but knowing which part of not knowing which part of the set you get? Is it that? Has something to do with how they're doing the bundles and the pricing. You would never actually pay the full price. In the EU, boxes with prices have to show you what chance you have for the contents. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, because I was going to say, I can't imagine it being super contentious for them to be like, yeah, there's just you can buy cute clothes and that's it. And everything else is free. It's like I wasn't expecting that to become a big deal. Yeah, dude. Oh my God. Oh, they might be doing the thing where you can't buy the exact number of currency that you need. Oh, that's right. It does use an in-game currency, doesn't it? So you have to. Why do they do that? So yeah, you have to buy bundles of currency and then use the in-game currency to buy the clothes. Why do games do that? What's the point of that? Does it just make it cleaner? It's so that you don't know how much money you're spending. Fair. That makes sense. Hmm. Right. Yeah, I guess there's like some reasons that make sense. Uh like, oh, well, everybody's, paying with different currency. This way, they buy the in-game currency, and then everything can, like, in terms of in-game currency, cost the same. But then, like, people are saying there's also the psychological element of, like, nothing's ever going to cost as much as, like, a bundle, so you always have a little leftover, and then you're like, well, what am I going to do with this leftover? Really want that thing. I'll just buy a little more currency so I can buy that thing, and then the cycle just keeps happening. It can allow for if you buy all of the clothing individually, it costs the same as the bundle. Oh, So, like, why would you buy the bundle? But that's not illegal. Is that just something people are annoyed about? It's been ages since I was last able to watch. How's England life? It's good. Yeah, I just got back from America, actually. It's my first stream back since I've gotten back to England. I know a bundle is normally to get a better deal. I'm just saying, I don't think it's illegal, is it? For them to be like, yeah, you can get everything individually or you can buy the bundle. I don't think it's illegal for it to cost the same. It's just annoying. I love the Lucy and Yak fleece. Me too. I wear it all the time. This and the pink one. I love them so much. I was trying to buy one for my mother-in-law, but they're like sold out of almost all of their fleece right now. Just sucks that a game that seems fun gets stained by cosmetics, weird microtransactions in general. But like, sure, yeah, it sounds like they can adjust some stuff. But like, I can't get mad about a game being like, you can do everything in the game aside from like have a cute dress. You have to buy a cute dress, you know. I don't really see the big deal about that. But yeah, if they're breaking the law, obviously they need to change that shit. But just in general, being like, yeah, it's a free game, but we need to keep the lights on. Would you like to buy a cute dress? I don't really care about that. But I want that cute dress. Homie, I don't know what to tell you. I had a dream that you and your parents surprised Clark with a murder mystery for your last night in the US. That would have been amazing. We did not do that. Terry was complaining the clothing sets are $40 and up. Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot for clothes. Holy shoot, it's Duger. That's me. Hello. I could buy real clothes for that kind of money. You could. You could, yeah. Buy the cute dress IRL and then play the game. Again, the game is free. I get it. But yeah, if you like at that point, it's a do you want people to buy the clothes or not, right? Because I assume you want people to buy the clothes. They're not going to buy a clothing set for that much. Some people will. But I think you want more than just some people to buy the clothes, right? Oh shit. My coffee's almost here. Yes, I did order my coffee my very first day back, and I will not take any judgment about it. No judgment. BRB, dude. This is the trouble with ordering not a frozen, but an iced something something. They package it in a way, and I use the word package really loosely. They package it in a way where it just splashes everywhere, dude. Like, come on now. Ow! Fuck. And you know, at that point, it's like, this is why. You should make your own coffee, Dodger. You're right. Oop. Well, I'm so glad you can't see any of this. It's a mess over here. That's what you get for really. For really, though. I agree. Yeah, we should play Stray Gods this week for sure. We'll start playing that tomorrow. Whenever I order an iced coffee, it's surrounded by an entire roll of cling wrap. Yeah, so what they did with this is they like... It's got this opening here, right? So they put tape over the opening and then tape over the back. So there's like 2 bits of tape. But the tape wasn't like pressed against the lippy bit. So coffee still spilled out. It just got under under the tape. And then was all in here. Whatever. It's fine. I'm just gonna slowly mix my shit. I hate those lids. Me too. Cheers, guys. I'm happy to be back. A bunch of ice went in my mouth. What's your drink today? It's a caramel macchiato, an iced caramel macchiato, which is a drink that will always remind me of my sweet happily Erin. She's the one who turned me on to this drink. When I first moved to Los Angeles, we should get Erin on for a friend zone. I wonder what she's doing this week. I'm going to see if she'll do friend zone with me. Because I haven't talked to her in forever. When I first moved to LA, the place that Maker and Game Station were located was right next to a grocery store that had a Starbucks inside of it. And so, you know, fairly frequently we'd be like, I'm bored. Do you want to go to Starbucks? You know? And so Erin always got, and I don't know if she still does, probably not, but Erin always got an iced caramel macchiato with oat milk. Pretty much every time. And I eventually was like, that looks amazing. Can I try it? She was like, of course you can. And I tried it and I was like, this tastes so good. So then I started ordering it. So we would both get the same thing. And occasionally, when I'm missing Erin, I will order an iced caramel macchiato with oat milk. and it's delicious. I don't know. It's also like an interactive drink because they never mix it for you. So it's always like milk, coffee, and it comes to you like that. And then you have to shake it like I just was to get it to like slowly incorporate. And they always put like a drizzle of caramel on the top and it sinks to the bottom every single time. It's the caramel macchiato experience, dude. I've never tried it with oat milk. It's great with oat milk. I think most coffee drinks are... I think oat milk complements like coffee tastes really well. Better than like almond milk or coconut milk or anything like that. I'll get coconut milk in something if I'm really trying to be decadent, you know. Coconut milk in like a frappuccino. Get you here. If any of you who go to the Bucks frequently, get just a regular coffee frappuccino with coconut milk, and I'll be like, "What the fuck am I drinking?" Something decadent, dude. When I worked in Starbucks, I used to put caramel on the lid underneath as well as on the drink. That's so smart. So Hinky, what's up, dude? Oh my God. I haven't seen you in forever. Sorry, that sounded like I was trying to imitate a cartoon character. Oh my God. Oleato? I don't know what that is. Introducing Oleato. Coffee infused. Oh, it's the olive oil. It's the poop drink. I have not tried that because I don't want to shit myself. It's the poop drink though. Here, look. I've pitched this before, but here's why I think having coffee and being like, and we've put olive oil in it is just because you're constipated. Coffee makes you poop, and so does olive oil. Just taking a spoonful of olive oil is a very old, I don't know, maybe it's mostly Italian families that do this. I don't know. But that is like a pretty classic, like I'm trying to shit myself remedy. So for them to be like, we made a coffee drink with olive oil in it, says to me, in case somebody really needs to poop, we've got you covered. In case of emergency, go to Starbucks. Exactly. If you're having trouble, the Bucks has got you. I told my friend to take 3 shots of olive oil to line their stomach before we had a night out. They shit themselves before we left the house. So there you go. So Hinky, I don't know if that was the reaction you were hoping for, but... Yeah. I haven't tried it either. You know what we haven't ever done is looked up whether or not people think it's good. Oleato review. I drank olive oil coffee, so you don't have to, is the topic of this one. Here's the first line of this article. The Starbucks Oleato drink is anti-coffee, not even in a fun way. They're a pair of pleated khakis in a cup, and you're still getting charged $6.75 for 16 ounces of lifeless bean juice that's been cursed to leave your mouth with a viscous coating that makes you feel like you drank from a neglected McDonald's deep fryer with a straw. That's so good. Oh my God. Right out the gate, not like, it's not for everybody. Just like, this is garbage, a garbage drink for garbage people. I think our skip is here. I think. Wait. Hell yeah, dude. I had it. It felt like it was drinking milky olive oil. Welcome back, Mr. Beast here. Today I made my staff drink olive oil coffee from Starbucks. Whoever poops last gets this sports car. And then So Hinky followed up with, I would watch that Mr. Beast video. I would not. I would not watch that, but I wouldn't be surprised to see that thumbnail, you know? A garbage drink for garbage people. So now we have to drink it. Bye, Chunks. Have a good day. Yeah, it's I feel like it's on the same tree as coffee with butter in it. That's a thing, and people like that. It feels it's the same tree, isn't it? To say I'm gonna put olive oil in my coffee. It's just one of them is gonna make you shit yourself. That's all. Coffee with butter, what's that like? It's fine. It's fine, I guess. I wouldn't, you know, it's not something I crave. Yeah, it's butter instead of like a creamer of some kind is the idea. I also feel like the type of butter probably matters. Is this like a nice high quality unsalted butter? Maybe that's good in coffee. I don't know. I don't use butter often enough cuz lactose bullshit. So I just avoid dairy in general. So I don't use butter in a lot of stuff anyway. Have you ever drank coffee old people style from a saucer? Can't this what? My grandparents used to do that. Coffee from like a cat? Coffee from a saucer. It was common to pour hot tea or coffee from the cup into a saucer to cool the drink quickly. This was from a time when coffee was boiled and then it would be served extremely hot. So it was more efficient and actually considered more polite to drink coffee from a saucer. And that's why we put saucers under tea and coffee cups. I thought it was just to catch the dribblies. I need to see some. Hold on. What the fuck? I don't know why I'm so aghast about this. Okay, so this like from a saucer thing. I have seen people do when like making stocks and soups, but never to drink tea or coffee. I didn't have get called old by a strippin' mod on my 2023 bingo card. Yeah, it's to cool it down really quick. It makes sense. Yeah, it's you're spreading it out. So it's not like in a small container. It's getting spread out so it cools down super quick. I'm picturing a bunch of old people sitting around coffee saucers like cats. That was my thing. I couldn't imagine how they were holding it. But now that I've seen it, I'm like, oh, like, right? but for coffee, I can't imagine, like, you know? Ignore that this is iced. That's not the fucking point, chat, okay? My granddad would drink it through a sugar cube. My papa, my Italian grandpa, would get coffee and then immediately, if we went to a restaurant, right? He would get coffee and ice water. And the second the coffee showed up, he wanted to drink it right now, but it was too hot. And so he'd just take a big scoop of ice and dunk it in the coffee and then drink it. So I started doing that. I did that when I was younger. You know, not so young that I shouldn't be drinking coffee, but not so old that I cared that I was watering down the coffee or that it ever occurred to me that I was watering down the coffee. What if you put the coffee in the fridge? I assume that this... Do you mean just in general, like, why use the saucer if it's that hot? I assume this is, like, pre-fridges. Or, like... Why use a fridge when you could just put it on a saucer, dude? You know? I love the old guys who put 3 scoops of sugar into an espresso and then just sip it for hours. Me. Oh my God. We, Sam and I, for the first time in a really long time, we're just like chilling in the living room with the TV on, just like doing our own thing last night. And it was really nice. It was very nice. Because I'm jet lagged. At a certain point, he looked at me and he was like, "You are very jet lagged." And I said, "Why? What time is it?" And he goes, "It's 1 a.m. and you've never stayed up till 1 a.m. in your entire life," which obviously is not true, but goes to show you how early I normally get tired. He was like, "It's 1 a.m. Who are you? Where's my wife?" You know? So we're just like hanging out, doing our thing. 1 a.m., dude. What kind of monster am I? We're just like hanging out, doing our thing. And American Dad came on TV, which I have not watched in forever. And it was just on in the background. Sam looks up at the perfect, incredible moment where he was like, "Holy shit, wait, we have to back up. You have to see this." And it was, the mom in American Dad is named Francine. And in this scene, she's just in the background on her laptop, like doing something, right? And 2 other characters are having an argument. And at a certain point, she was like, "God, it's impossible to get any work done in this house." And the camera pans behind her and she's just playing Minesweeper. And then she slams the laptop shut and walks away. And I was like, "It's me!" It was so funny. Yeah. Like looking at a cartoony mirror, 100%. Yeah, like, God. Sam got me some really cute birthday gifts. First of all, we agreed that we were going to get each other Crocs. Neither of us own any Crocs. At this point, every single person in my life has a pair of Crocs and is like, why don't you guys have Crocs yet? They're incredible. They're so comfortable. So Sam and I were finally like, you know what? Let's get each other Crocs. So we agreed that was going to be our like birthday gift to one another. But then Sam also, number one, got me a beautiful big mouse mat during FanFest. It's a Final Fantasy 14 mouse mat with like all the characters all over it, and it's beautiful and I love it. He was like, it's for your new office. I was like, oh, I love it. And then the other thing he got me that hasn't shown up yet, but I'm so excited about it, is he was doing a bunch of he was looking into like earplug options. So he got me loops a while ago, which I love. My only issue with loops is I have this I'm very audio sensitive, which is the reason for all of this. If there's like two competing sounds going on, I get anxious like immediately and I have to leave, right? So we got loops for me. And they're great. But if you also have like an unsettling feeling about potentially not hearing something. So it's like, I don't want to hear everything that's going on right now, but also if I can't hear everything that's going on right now, that unsettles me, because what if like something happens to my kid or whatever. So I don't use them as often as I normally, as often as I would if I didn't have a kid, probably, right? Because I'm just so nervous. Like if I put these in and I'm dampening sound and I can't hear my kid, or if I'm out and about, right? If I'm in a crowd of people where I would definitely want to use them, but I want to be able to hear if something's going to happen, right? If like something's going wrong, I will just choose to deal with it, to just like live with the anxiety and I won't wear them, right? So Sam found, they operate just like earplugs. I don't know what they're called yet, but I'll do a full review for you once I get them. Sam found earplugs that have really good reviews, apparently. They were developed, I think, specifically for people that are on the autism spectrum. But it makes it so it's not that you don't hear everything. It just sort of like... It does something with the sound before it reaches your ear to sort of like even everything out. And he said apparently it's great. He read a bunch of reviews and said it's awesome. So he was like, it's worth a try, right? To just give you some peace of mind, and you'll still be able to hear everything. So they're showing up, and then you can try them. So I'm really excited. I don't know what they're called, but when they show up. My niece is on the spectrum and got those, and she loves them. Awesome. I'm very excited. Because if they work, oh my God, it's going to be life-changing for me. My Sony headphones have the ability to dampen sound but focus voices. Oh, that's interesting. My old earphones had active noise canceling with different modes for talking and traffic. So the technology's there. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how they are. I'm excited, though. Yes. Yeah. There's no they're just as far as I understand, there's no electronics involved in these. It's just like how they're shaped, how they're like curving the sound waves before they get into your ear, whatever. So we'll see. Stir the caramel in your coffee. I see you weren't here for the conversation earlier. I don't have any way to stir this. It just lives there now. Do you often wear AirPods? I do like my AirPods. When I became a Twitch ambassador, they sent me earpods as like a nice buddy sort of gift. And they have by far been the best like Bluetooth earbuds that I've ever worn. I can wear them for a while before they start to hurt. They're still not the right shape for my ears really, but every other thing that we've ever tried to use has either broken really quickly or had like problems charging, or they just get uncomfortable super fast. So AirPods are popular for a reason, I think. I really like mine, yeah. I think Alex Ratman, one of our lovely mods, I think he said that the ear whatever the like in-ear things that he uses are like shaped to his ear. Do you have normal or pro? I have no idea. Whatever they sent me is what I have. You know what else I did? The last couple of days that I was at my sister's house, I started learning Obsidian, which I think gets marketed a bit too heavily for its like graph mode. It's a note-taking client, and people use it for like, you know, world building for their books and their D&D games, or for you know, taking notes for school or whatever. And it uses Markdown, which is like a really simple sort of like formatting. I don't know if it counts as code really. It's a really simple formatting system to like do things inside of a program. And so I was finally like, you know what? I'm going to learn how to use Obsidian, because people swear by it, but literally all I've ever seen is the graph mode. They'll be like, it's incredible. You put all this shit in there and then you hit graph mode and you see how they all connect. Right. And that's like the big marketing I feel for it, is like seeing the web of how everything connects is so satisfying. But I was like, right, but how easy is it to like customize? Like, how easy is it to learn? I don't know. So I started messing around with it, and I really like it, actually. If you ever did any like HTML, or if you ever had a reason to learn Markdown, if you got like super into Tumblr, or you know, who knows, you basically you have it all. You know how to do it all, right? Like, but then it started to get I decided to look up, because I was like, I should try and use this for Sunforged. We're about to start Sunforged in a couple of weeks here, which is Joe's new D&D game. And I fucked up. I fucked up and said, I want to be a court character, right? And so Joe was like, fantastic. Here's 30 people that you know and how they feel about you and what you know about them. And I was like, amazing. How the fuck am I going to remember all these people? Right? So this was the catalyst for me to go, I'm going to try and organize who all of these people are and everything inside of Obsidian. Because if I have that, then I can literally, supposedly, I can literally just search for the person and see every note, every post that I've ever made inside of my Sunforged vault that involves that person, right? And then I'll be able to just pick from that info. So I started building it, and I've made a whole workspace for my character and like notes and like a pre-made format for sessions and all of that. There's a plugin that's really cute called Fantasy Calendar. And so if you or your DM has made up a fake calendar, you can create a fantasy calendar and then have that fantasy calendar like on your workspace while you're playing. It's very cute, okay? There's cute stuff you could do, okay? So I got really into it, and it's been very fun. But then I was like, I wonder if there's like a more aesthetic way than just linking to your spells and stuff. If you needed to keep track of spells, right? If you were a class that did that, like, I wonder if there's a more aesthetic way or a way to see previews of spells. And so I went to look and see what other people do on Obsidian when playing D&D, and everybody's got their own like shit going on, and it's all very clever. But somebody was like, here's the thing, if you're willing to learn a little bit of Python, so if you're willing to learn a little bit of Python, you can figure out how to scrub 5e websites and just grab stat blocks. And I was like, am I willing to learn a little bit of Python? Part of my brain wants to, and the rest of me is like, no, don't do that. Just one more thing. I know. I haven't had to learn, C or HTML or any of that shit since I was a teenager. It's just, So I'm like, if I take the time to learn this, or at least learn whatever it is that I need to know to make this work, what else am I going to use it for? Python is easy for a programming language, though, because it's mostly English. It isn't bad. It's a great gateway language. All right, fine. I'm learning Python right now, coming from a background in C++. I hate it, but it is easy. I like easy. Python is actually pretty easy. It took me about 2 months during quarantine to feel pretty comfortable with it. Python is one of the best STEM communities as well. All right. Okay. See if someone's already made it and then copy paste. Well, that is one of the nice things, right? Is a lot of this stuff that you might want to do, people have already made a script for. And as long as you know how to add that script in, then you're good. You're gold. It's the stuff that you think, I want to do this. It's when you think to yourself, oh, I really want to do this. But no one has offered up that already made script, so I would have to write it for myself. Just about every Python error message is Googleable. Hardest part about Python is fighting in the mandatory programming language war every time someone mentions Python or anything that isn't Python. I have strong opinions against Python, but I've been developing for like 20 years now. Most of that is just grumpy old stubbornness, I'm sure. I appreciate that you can like look at yourself and be like, this is probably just me not liking the new thing, you know? Have you seen Mark Download recommended yet? Oh, Mark Download. No. Markdown web clipper. Oh shit, look at you. Python has absolutely taken years off of my life, but my play-by-post RPG has never run more autonomously. Yeah. So in high school we had a programming class. And we were split into 3 teams at a certain point. There was he basically like had us do the whole beginning of class together as a big group. And then was like, okay, I'm going to try to split you guys up by these people obviously already have done some programming and know all of this shit already. These people haven't done any programming but are picking it up quickly. And these people are really struggling with it. And that way I can give each group like different sort of projects. So everybody's learning something. And I kind of know how to approach with each group, right? I was in the middle group. And we fully, it was 100% just like we'd sit and look at whatever project it was that we were supposed to do. And we'd all be like, all right, cool. We're going to copy off of each other, right? And we do whatever we thought we were supposed to do to finish that. And then we'd play video games and he'd come over and be like, what's up, guys? Be like, not much, dude. We're finished with our work. And he'd check it and be like, this is all wrong. What do you mean? It's like, I feel like maybe you guys rushed this because you wanted to play video games. I don't know. That was my IT class. Yeah. There was, and I'm sorry if you're this person. One of the kids that was in the, like, I already program a lot, group, went on a huge rant about how any like self-respecting person who likes computers should be running Linux. Fart should be, sorry, I know you can't hear those anymore, but just so you know, my computer yelled fart just then. Yeah, he went on a big rant about Linux and how, you know, if we really wanted to like pursue this, if we really cared, we wouldn't be using Windows. It was a whole thing. We were like, is this guy? There's a few of those in each comp sci group chat. There's always a Linux guy. There's always a Linux guy. You have to have a very high IQ to run Linux. I agree. I think, you know, and that happens with anything. Um, I'm trying to think of how to put this. So somebody in chat said, unfortunately, like people that really evangelize for Linux don't realize that they're creating like a wall, right? Where it's like, um, where it's turning people off from trying to learn programming because they're like, well, I don't use Linux. Do I need to be using Linux, right? Like, it's that sort of a thing. That occurs in so many spaces where people have like, you know, certain things that they will fully lean in on as like, this is the be all end all, you know. It's gatekeeping, yeah. If you really cared, if you really wanted to do this, somebody was like, Linux might be great, but is it worth the hours of trying to talk with Redditors about how to get it to work right? And, you know, somebody who's like really that guy from my programming class would be like, yes, obviously. I ran a command and now my computer is borked. Just doesn't feel good to a new user. True. Anywho, I'm sure plenty of you use Linux and love it. Um, you know, obviously we're not saying fuck people who use Linux or love Linux. It's, you know, do you make people feel bad for not using Linux? Are you that guy? That's the difference. Yeah, I do think puts away the pitchfork. Clip it out of context, send it to Olivier. No. I do think that currently it has seen it, you know, uh gatekeeping is out, right? Like helping each other is in. I do think a lot of the sort of communities that are meant to be like assisting with things used to be kind of toxic, right? Like, why do you need to ask this question? Or might make you feel really stupid for needing help with the thing. And I do appreciate that we're like, there's a lot more of an interest in like, it's okay to be nice, you know? In fact, it's really cool to be a helpful person. It's great to like welcome new people with open arms. That's fantastic, you know? It's a skill issue. God. Okay, I have snoozed the ad as long as I possibly can. So, it's screaming at me. I'll be back. Sharing is caring. That's so true. Hello, I'm back. I saw when we started the Dodger coffee ad, somebody was like, "Oh my gosh, that just jump scared me. I thought that was a Dodger coffee ad." And everyone was like, "It is." I love that. Okay, cool. So we're gonna have a learn Python study hall. Is that the plan? Is that I can figure out Python in a day, right? Is that Dodger Coffee ad on YouTube or someplace that I can share it? I don't think so, but we should post it somewhere. I have to give a Python class in 40 minutes. Here we go. Mm-hmm. That's what chat was just saying. So, for any of you who showed up halfway through that story, the short version is I started learning how to use Obsidian, and I love it, and it's really fun, actually. Um, the deeper into Obsidian you get, like the more elaborate stuff that you want to do, the more it's like, okay, do you know CSS? Do you know Python? Do you remember any old HTML? And I was like, I don't know some of these things. Should I learn some of those things? Or should I just say, it's fine. I don't need these elaborate things. And chat was like, well, Python's the most accessible language right now. It's very easy. Like as far as, programming languages go. Since you mentioned your use case specifically, I searched for D&D API. It shows 2 top results you could probably use in tandem with an Obsidian plugin that can work with JSON. Oh my gosh. I would honestly suggest not trying to learn it on Steam. It will likely devolve into chat suggesting different solutions to the same problem. That's true. Although we've played like Opus Magnum and stuff on stream before. Not that those are programming languages, but they are at the end of the day programming games, I think the basics are always useful. There's an overlap with a lot of coding languages. Do you mean like pretty much every language is going to like needs you to think about things in the same way? Needs you to be hyper specific about everything you want it to do? Python is less hyper specific. Interesting. What is Obsidian? Obsidian is it's free but not open source. It's a client that is designed for note taking. Specifically, if you want to be able to link notes and concepts and keywords together easily in order to like backlink stuff. So I was explaining like I'm using it for Sunforged. I've been given a huge list of people that I need to know at the start of the campaign. So I've made each of them their own page, basically, their own note. But also inside of the system, if I mention that character in a session note, or if I write about that character in somebody else's note, I can then like basically look at that person inside of that note and see all of the other places where I've linked them. Right? So I can get a better picture of like how things are connected. Which again is why whenever people pitch Obsidian, they're like, oh my gosh, you put all this shit in and then you hit the graph button. And it basically creates like a web for you of concepts, and all of them are, you know, connected, however they're connected. I don't find that useful. It looks nice, but it's not useful to me. So I never bothered to use Obsidian before now. But then, but people have said it's like a really powerful, and like if you're willing to learn a little bit, it's, you know, it's a pretty easy note taker if you want to be able to like see, like make connections really easily. It doesn't require coding, no. If you know Markdown, it makes it a lot easier because like headers and stuff become collapsibles and things like, there are things like that that are just like built into it. So say for me, like I have one note that's just my character. If I put a header for like ability scores for skills, all of that stuff, those become collapsibles. So I can then make a table in Markdown inside that shows, you know, my ability scores or, you know, whatever. And then close it if I don't need it, right? So stuff like that is nice. And those things are so easy to look up. Like, how do I make a header? It's literally just the hash button, you know? But Joe's campaigns tend to be very, you get a lot out of them if you can remember who people are. And by remember who people are, you know, obviously we mean like, have you taken good enough notes that you can go back and be like, oh, fuck, I know who that person is, right? So I want to be that guy. I was really good at taking notes when I was Zach in Strange Roads. I took so many notes as Zach. I didn't really take notes as Fabia because Fabia is not a smart bitch, you know? She's just out here having a good time. So as a character, I didn't see any point to taking notes. But this character that I'm going to be playing in Sunforged should know a lot and should care enough to remember all of it. So the reason that we were mentioning Python, because somebody was like, you don't need coding for Obsidian. You're absolutely right. The reason that we were mentioning Python is because somebody was like, if you want to be able to like scrape stat blocks of items, spells, whatever, if you wanted to get that deep into it, you can. You just need to know some Python or find somebody to make that script for you. And I was like, do I want to learn Python? I don't know if I want to learn Python. And then chat was like, you should learn Python. Yes, Joe has made a post about it. Joe tweeted about it yesterday, I think. Our start date, I believe, is September 10th. We're nerds, Dukes. Who can blame us? We're worse than Final Fantasy XIV players. You want to learn Python? Did you know that it's one of the most accessible programming languages? But yeah, we were going to Sunforged was going to start at the end of July. And then Sam and I were potentially going to be out of town end of July. We weren't in the end, but I was like, I don't know what our plans are in July. Could we do August? And Joe was like, that's fine. I'm fine with taking a little more time. And then there have just been like a lot of things getting in the way. Stuff that just hasn't gotten done that's sort of out of Joe's hands, you know? And so we had a session 0 that went great. We had a session 0 while I was in America, actually, and discussed, like, when should we start? And originally we were like, okay, well, we can't do the first weekend of September, but we could do the last weekend of August. And Tomato, thank God he was there. Tomato immediately was like, why would we do that? Why would we have the first session and then be gone the next weekend? And we were all like, true. So we just decided to push it a couple more weeks. And it's good because it's giving Joe more time to just like get everything together that he needs, you know? Yes. Yeah. So I watched a video that was just like I'm a person that uses Obsidian for everything and here's how I use it sort of an idea. This song's a bit too intense. And they suggested the same thing. They were like, honestly, the best way to learn how to use Obsidian is to have everything is sectioned in vaults with Obsidian. They were like, the best way to learn is to start a vault that is a daily note-taking vault. So at the start of the day, you just open up a note in Obsidian, and as you think of things, you write them down. You just stream of consciousness, write them down. Could be tasks, could be thoughts about the day, could be just anything. What did you do today? Whatever. You just write it down. And then you can learn how to link stuff together if you want to. You can learn how to like grab information from that note and pull it into other notes, you know, like if it's relevant to, you know, if it's a thought about an event that's happening later, you can pull that information into the note that's like streamlining everything about that event, right? They were like, that's how I learned. And I, to this day, still do a daily note in Obsidian every single day. And it's super useful. So I've been getting that Obsidian video in my recommendations for a month. There are a bunch of them. I don't know if it's the same one. But why is everything so intense? This is supposed to be lo-fi! I want lo-fi, dude! Here, let's Mario and chill. Let's do that. The hyper-productivity lifestyle part of YouTube is wild, for sure. Fart. Wait, why won't this play? What's happening here? Okay. Spotify just ate shit. That's fine. Notion has been hard for me. I've tried to learn Notion and it was very confusing for me. I don't know why. Obsidian makes total sense to me. It seems very clear for me. Notion, I had such a hard time trying to learn. Yeah, it's with going back to like hyper productivity you know, TikTok videos, YouTube videos, all that sort of stuff. For me, the ones that I love way more that I think can still be kind of toxic sometimes, but the ones that I love way more are the like, just don't turn on your phone in the morning, dude. Just like get up, just like chill, you know? Just like have a nice moment with the other people in your house. Just like make a coffee whenever you feel like it, you know? Basically the opposite. It's like, I don't know, turn on your phone when you like need to. It's great. The reason that I say that those can also get toxic is because they can sometimes feed into the like, have you heard of low dopamine mornings? You know, that whole shit. At the end of the day, any of those areas, any of those like lifestyle areas on YouTube and TikTok and whatever will veer into, here's why you're fucking up. Here's what's wrong with your life. It's the dopamine, dude. You know, like, it's like, fuck. So, I have not, in fact, heard of low dopamine mornings. It's a whole thing about like, not doing anything to overstimulate your brain when you first wake up. Do I think that there's a little bit of value to that idea? Yeah, but I do think that like dopamine anything is becoming like such a fucking buzz term that if something's like, here's what I do to reset my dopamine at noon every day, I will not watch that. Sam and I were, oh my God, I was showing Sam a video. It was a stitch of two separate videos. And the first one was a person who was like, here's what we've learned after 6 months of no screens in our house, which makes me laugh because they're making a TikTok video. Right. Anyways, here's what we've learned after 6 months of no screens in our house. And, you know, it was like a very like Montessori baby situation with a baby like playing with wood or whatever. And then it smash cut to a video with a guy being like, here's how we're doing 1 month in with the gaming baby. And it's just a 2-year-old like with a keyboard and a mouse and 3 monitors. And they were like, as you know, babies learn things faster than adults. Can this baby learn to play a video game in 6 months? We're going to find out. It's so fucking funny. We were like, oh no. And when we were talking about it, Clark from the other room goes, I'm a gaming baby. Hilarious. StarCraft Pro in the making. Can this baby learn Python? It's the most accessible language. What? Have you heard the TikToks of calico critter dolls being used to create dramatic videos? Sylvian drama or whatever. It's so funny. What? No. That's amazing though. I love TikTok. It's like a different dimension. Truly. Yeah, Sam's mom is super into like the little Sylvian family dolls. The little like cute animal things. So the idea of somebody like acting out a soap opera with them is so good. For some reason, I get a lot of Grey's Anatomy clips. When you're in business, your TikTok becomes, here's every way you're fucking up your team's life and being a shit manager. It's great. I love that for me. No. Yeah. Mine are parenting things. If we're talking about videos that specifically make you be like, am I a garbage human? It's parenting stuff for me. Yeah. It's videos like here's what we've learned after 6 months of no screens in our house. Our baby can do everything by itself. Their brain, so big, so massive. Did you know that screens are destroying our youth? You know, and Terry and I were talking about this. Both of us try really hard not to like get into the screen moral panic, but it's fucking everywhere. It's everywhere, dude. Like, yeah, it can never be moderation. It's like, why does your child need to look at a screen? They don't. But you know what? That pirate show where they speak Spanish, my kid loves that shit. How else are we supposed to watch Bluey? My kid can do multiplication, and I'm positive it's because of number blocks. Okay? There's positives here, all right? Yes, I completely agree with that as well. They said no electronics at all for a kid is also a privileged thing. Like, not everyone has time to constantly stimulate a child and where they don't need a distraction. Yeah. I feel so bad when I watch a video where there's a parent like, yeah, I'm going to be, you know, like any of these like lifestyle YouTubers that have kids. When they're like, yeah, right now, you know, I'm going through my closet or whatever. And, you know, I've had a really hard time with, you know, like hoarding clothing, and it's time. I'm going to go through my clothes. I'm going to get rid of stuff. And I always feel like they have to take a second to be like, and my kids right now are watching a movie, but it's the first time they've watched a movie all day. And, you know, they're good. They're fine. They're all right without me. It's like, I wish that you didn't feel like you had to say that. We can just assume that you're not being a terrible parent because your kids aren't like up your asshole while you're making this video. Yeah. I was mortified to let my 5-year-old go in the backyard with a walkie-talkie for 5 minutes alone and check on the ducks. What's up with that? Yeah, I get weird about it. I do get weird, and I try not to. We're living on the farm now. Clark will be like, I'm going to go check on the pigs. And I have this spike of anxiety, like, but I can't see you. What do you mean you're going to go check on the pigs? Where I can't, don't go where I can't follow, you know? Like, what do you mean? She's 5. She's fine. She's still on our property. We all know right where the pigs are. Like, it's not a big deal. But I totally do that. We needed to give, speaking of the pigs, we needed to give the pigs their injection before I left. And Clark was sick, like a few days before we left, if you'll remember. She was sick, and I was like, what am I going to do? I have to help with the injection, but my kid is sick. And so I left a walkie-talkie with her. And took one with me. And the whole time I was walking out there, I was like, oh my God, what if the signal doesn't reach? Should I test it? But if I test it, I'll wake her up. But, you know, so silly. I'm literally right outside. I could hear her if she like was yelling for me, you know? get a drone to follow her around. That episode, there's an older episode of Black Mirror that was entirely about like kind of like overprotecting your kid and using technology to like monitor your kid too much, like to the point where you feel uncomfortable if you don't know everything that's going on with them, right? And I think a lot of people found that episode unbelievable. And I think if you are either a parent or like a grown-up, like a trusted grown-up to a kid of some kind, that felt like a believable slippery slope for sure. The whole idea of it was like you could inject a thing into your kid basically that would make it so that if they saw something scary, you could make it so that like the scary thing was filtered out so they wouldn't get scared. You could also like see what they were doing. So it was like, you wouldn't need to put like security cameras up. You could just like see through their eyes, like what they were doing, sort of a thing. That part of it, I would never inject a thing into my kid's brain, right? But again, the whole point of it was like, if as a parent, as like a helicopter parent or like a nervous parent of any kind, if you had the option to just like press a button and see exactly what your kid is doing to make sure that they're okay, at what point would you feel like it's not your business anymore? Was it ever your business to be able to do that, right? Like, yes, it's our job to protect them, but it's also our jobs to like teach them that they have privacy, right? So like, at what point do they get to that privacy? That's a conversation that goes on a lot right now while people are talking about like internet safety with their kids, right? Like, is it overstepping to say, yeah, sure, you can have social media on your phone, but I'm allowed to ask to look at what you're doing with it at any point? And some people will say, no, that's overstepping. But like, people who have gotten into really bad, scary situations on social media as kids are like, that's not overstepping. I wish someone had done that for me, right? That conversation happens a lot right now. Like, what degree should parents be involved and able to like see what their kids are doing as they turn into teenagers and young adults, you know? Yeah. I think every family is different, but at the end of the day, like, communication about like what the boundaries are is big. Something that I've seen a couple of families do is before you have your own phone, there's a family phone. So there's like a cell phone that the kid is allowed to use, but it's not theirs. It's a family phone and everyone's able to use it. You treat it kind of like a landline, right? So it's like, yeah, you can use social media, you can do whatever, but it's not yours, right? Anybody's able to use this, sort of a thing, so that they can sort of like feel it out. I don't know how useful that is. I honestly don't know what the landscape is even going to be like when Clark gets bigger, but yes, I agree. I also think if you're trying to control them too much, they'll figure out a way to do it in secret. My sister, I will never forget when I was talking about this with my sister forever ago, when my nieces, all of my sister's kids are adults, but when my youngest niece on that side had Instagram, I'm sure she still does, but my sister was like, yeah, she has two. And I know that because we tell each other everything. And she straight up was like, yeah, I have my Instagram that is just whatever. And I have my Instagram that is like just for my close friends. And no, I don't want you to see it. And she was like, okay, you know, But she was like, honestly, I think it's a good sign that she felt comfortable saying to me, I have 2 Instagrams and one of them is like private shit with my best friends and I don't want you to see it, you know? So I don't know. I don't know that there is like a perfect right answer. But obviously, like, my number one priority with social media with my kid would be making sure that she's not being preyed upon by companies or by people. People would be my number one concern, but in, you know. But yeah, I agree that conversation, like like an open communication about what's going on is the most important thing. Not like springing it on them like, show me your Twitter DMs, right? Like, if you have a conversation up front that's like, okay, you can have a Twitter, but I, you know, if I think that there is a reason for me to be concerned, I will ask to look at them, sort of a thing. I know that there's also, oh God, I can't remember what it's called. One of you guys might know. There's a program that you can put on a phone that isn't like, where you can put keywords in there or phrases that are like red flag words and phrases. And you'll get a ping that's like, hey, like, this keyword or phrase has been used in communication on your kid's phone, sort of a thing. Again, that is not a thing that I think that you would use without telling your kid you were using it or putting it on there. But it's so that it's not like I'm going to look through and read everything. It's, I only want to read the thing that I find concerning, you know? Yeah, red flag word, Linux. Honey, no. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard. Yeah, that's a really good point to make. The landscape is constantly changing. My eldest is a couple weeks from 12. My youngest is 3. Teen stuff is going to look very different for them. I'm just doing my best to keep up. Yeah. How do we keep our kids safe when like we're the old people now, you know? If not for the pandemic, I never would have opened TikTok, I don't think. I opened it cuz I was like bored. And a bunch of millennials were like, you know what? TikTok's pretty fun. And I was like, okay, I've got nothing else going on. And now here we are. So I think because I'm 34, somehow I'm still a millennial. You are. It's based on when you were born, right? So I'm a millennial and I'm 36 now. Shouldn't Y2K be the cutoff? I don't think so. No. What's the, hold on. What years were millennials born? Anywhere between 1981 and 1996. What year are Zoomers? If you were born between 1997 and 2012, you're a Zoomer. I'm so proud. And then I think Clark is Gen Alpha. Generation Alpha is 2010 to 2024. We're not even there yet. Oh, so we're Gen Y technically, but we're millennials because we were the group that was coming of age in the new millennium, right? So we're the millennials. Gen X is like my sister is a Gen X, and so is my brother. Um, Gen Z is what came after us. And so people called them Zoomers because Gen Z. And then Gen A because we got to Z. So now we've gone back around. So it's Gen A now, and everyone's saying Gen Alpha. This is also kind of recent. We didn't even start with A to begin with. I was literally just wondering that to myself. When did we start naming generations? When did we start naming generations? Are you listening to me, Google? The naming of generations began in the 20th century. Gertrude Stein is considered the first to have done so. She bestowed the title of Lost Generation on those who had been born around the turn of the century and bore the brunt of service during World War I. 1945, following World War II, economists, businesses, and policymakers began labeling generations as a new way to measure and study demographics. That makes so much sense. Baby boomers, born between 1946 and 1964, were the first generation to adopt a widely accepted label. The generations before baby boomers were named retroactively. It was for marketing. That makes so much sense. Feels like mostly an American concept. I have no idea. I don't know the context for this, but I just read in chat, avocado toast is mid, but tax evasion is hype. That's a Zoomer. Oh my goodness. I didn't really hear about named generations before consuming a lot of American media. Interesting. Interesting. I guess it is American. Or at least Americans talk about it more. That's so true. I probably could have, we probably could have bought our farm a lot earlier if we weren't so busy destroying I don't know, malls and buying so many coffees, you know. I don't know. What else do they blame millennials not having money on? Destroying the wedding ring industry. We love destroying industries, dude, as we should. Low birth rates. That should mean we have more money. Double income, no kid, right? The dinks are rising up. I'm very proud of them. We hate diamonds. I think that's okay. It's okay to hate diamonds. I have no kids and no money. Son of a bitch. Tolosi. Millennials are killing mayonnaise. I don't know if you can kill mayonnaise. It's eggs and oil. Tulsi's my mod representative. There's Olivier. Has someone sent him the clip yet? Yes, we did. Fantastic. It was the first thing I saw when I woke up. I'm so sorry. Fart. Bear was on it instantly. Thank goodness. I can always count on you guys. Imagine eating mayo and fries. That is a... Everyone eats fries with mayo here in England. That is a very common thing. It does say thanks a latte. Isn't that cute? Yeah, I've come to love it. I thought it was very weird at first. But they call them chips here. Chips and mayo. It's good. Poor Clark. The whole time we were in America, you know, everything, we got all of the things that she normally eats, but it just tasted slightly different because we preserve food different. Our bread is different. You know, everything's different. So, we would make things for her and she'd be like, it doesn't taste right. We'd make her porridge, oatmeal, and she'd be like, it's weird. Our last ditch effort was like, you want to go to American McDonald's? And she was like, yeah. And let me just say, the toys at American McDonald's are so much better than our toys. Holy shit. They are so much better. What the fuck? But she hated the food. She didn't eat any of it. She was like, ugh, tastes weird. Sam didn't have coffee with us once while you were gone. From what I understand, Sam did like 16-hour streams multiple times while I was gone. So don't you be complaining to me about what Sam did and didn't do, dude. Yeah. Sam was like, yeah, it's been really fun doing Baldur's Gate, but we're going so fast that the viewership is declining really quickly because we're way further than most people are in the game and they don't want to be spoiled. So less and less and less people are watching as we progress, which makes sense. He's gaming too hard. Yeah, dude. Bro, I came home and all the dishes were done and all the laundry was done. It was great. He bought like all of Clark's favorite foods and made sure they were all in the pantry and the fridge. I know. He's very cute. He's very sweet. And then, of course, Clark is jet lagged. So she woke up at 1 a.m. and was like, what's up, guys? Is it morning yet or what? So I tried to get her to sleep for a couple of hours. And then Sam was like, go to bed. I'll stay with her. And he tried to get her to sleep for a couple of hours. And she finally fell asleep. And then woke up at 9:30. I was like, ooh, wow. She woke up at 9:30, all dressed and ready to go, and was like, I'm ready for my daddy-daughter day. I was like, okay, well, we're going to let daddy sleep a little bit more. It was a 10-hour flight. And she did amazing. She did so well on the flight there and the flight back. She's so used to it now. Like, I think if we went on a plane to somewhere else in Europe, she'd be like, what, that's it? Like, dude. Yeah, she crushed it. She's a little world traveler now, dude. The flight over, she was able to get comfy and slept a little bit. So she slept for a couple of hours at the start of the flight and a couple hours near the end of the flight. The flight back here, it was so hard for her to get comfy. We tried everything. She was so tired. I was like, I just want to sleep. I was like, I know, dude. I'm sorry. But My niece did that. She would wake up at the same time as my dad would at like 5:30. My dad was programmed to get up at that time. Yeah. My dad has woken up between 4 and 5 a.m. every morning my entire life, I think. But he said he has like scoliosis and like lumbar problems and all kinds of stuff going on with his back. So he was saying that part of it is when he wakes up, even if he wants to go back to sleep, he can't really. It's easier for him, like pain management wise, to just get up, you know? But he was like that even when I was really little, and that's before he like, fell off a roof and all that shit. Like, I got into the habit of waking up at 1 a.m. thanks to years of working as a baker. Oh my goodness. I've said before that I've created like a terrible schedule for myself that does not work at all with if I have plans in the evening. It's the worst schedule in the world. But if I have no plans in the evening, like we had a couple of weeks there where I had like no D&D, no nothing, right? I would put Clark to bed and I would fall asleep with her and sleep until midnight. And then I'd wake up at midnight and stay awake from midnight till 3 a.m. and then go back to bed. And it was such a weird schedule. But I did that again when I was at my sister's house. That's what I did. Because I wasn't streaming from their house except for the night that we did Baldur's Gate. So I literally was doing that again. I would just fall asleep with Clark, wake up, nobody would be in the house. So I'd get up, turn on the TV, make myself a drink, which was probably one of the big mistakes I made. Make myself a drink, curl up on the couch. Was your sleep schedule messed up while you were here? In America? Yeah. I mean, we were jet lagged. So it was okay at my mom's house. I'd do a little stream until like 11 and then get really tired. And then I'd lay in bed and fall asleep and then wake up with Clark between like 5 and 6 because she was also jet lagged. So I was okay. I was getting like 5 to 6 hours of sleep when I was at my mom's. But when I was at my sister's, it was different. The thing to know about my parents' house, the like living area is right next door to my parents' bedroom. So you can't just like wake up in the middle of the night and be like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to sit and watch some TV because you're right next to their bedroom door, dude. So I didn't have if I was awake at like 3 a.m. or whatever, it's not like I could do anything, so I might as well just lay in bed. At my sister's house, you wake up at midnight or 1 a.m. Great. Plop on the big comfy couch, grab a blankie, turn on the TV, dude. Have the offices advanced while you were gone? Yeah. They think I'll be able to start painting / moving in, whatever, by the end of the week. Fingers crossed. So we'll see. Sam's office is nearly done. He's also just waiting on one last thing to be brought over. So yeah, we should be good here pretty soon. Yeah, possibly the actual last month of paying rent at this place. Do you think you'll stream any more Baldur's Gate? I'd like to. It's been fun. Yeah, when I was doing we did a sponsored Baldur's Gate stream while I was at my sister's. And I made Zacharias, who's my old D&D character. I made Zach in the game, and it was actually so funny. Like, his expressions and everything were so Zach. It was perfect. And I offhandedly was like, yeah, well, I just made Zach for this stream. So when I play this for real, I won't be playing as Zach. And a bunch of people were like, what do you mean when you're playing it for real? You're not going to keep playing it as Zach? It was very fun. There's no glasses in the game, dude. What am I supposed to do? He's going to be squinting his way through Baldur's Gate. Yeah, that's what Nick said. That is it Nick or Summer? Someone said that there's a modder who has openly been like, I'm making glasses for the game. But yeah, I would love to just honestly, a lot of people, I think, have just made all of their D&D characters in the character creator just like for fun. That would be very fun for me. I thought about making a dragonborn that is like in the style of Coco. Basically, like if Coco was like a big dragonborn lady. Yeah, I'm really excited about all of the mods that are going to come out for that game because people are going to go hard, dude. I'm surprised. I'm surprised that you can't just make a character and keep it and just be like, I'm saving this, I'm saving this for the right game or the right group. But yeah, I will remake Zach again when I can put glasses on this man, because it just feels weird to be like, it's Zacharias if he had contact lenses, I guess. Yeah, oh my god, if I could make Moral, it'd be amazing. Will I ever play anything but a half-elf wizard? I just want to make all my characters. I just want to make all of them. When we did the Baldur's Gate 3 event in Ghent, I made Yuli, and that was fun. So I was just like a little halfling rogue. The good eyesight AU Zacharias. It's not okay. I was talking with I don't know. I guess maybe don't spoil this. But I'm curious. You have so many options of people to kiss in this game in Baldur's Gate. And the conversation has come up a few times, like, if you aren't into that, if you don't want to kiss anybody, obviously you can shut stuff down. But, like, if you want to avoid them it even coming up, is that an option? And I don't think it is. But I was talking with Nick, and I was like, I wonder if, like, are there options that are like, yeah, I'm down to kiss a little, but I don't really want to bang you, right? Like, is there like nuance there, or is it just full on or not full on? You need a slider for that. There is for one of them. Yeah, I guess it depends on the character and like the character that you're romancing and what they would want, right? The reason that I say this is because Zach has always been like ace coded, right? And I was like, yeah, I don't know what the options are there. If you're like, my character isn't aromantic, but they're not really thinking about boning anybody. Like, is that like, can you RP that really, I don't want to give anything away, but you can get to a flirt stage and just stay there with a few people. That's nice. It's so funny to me and my friends. I'm very deeply ace IRL, but I tend to go very much romancing every single person in video games. I know a lot of ace people that are like that. But like in real life, no thank you. In my digital life, different. I want to kiss, but only on the mouth checkbox. Yeah. Yeah, I have a couple of friends, like artist friends, who are very ace and draw just the filthiest shit. Real people, ew, but fictional people, yes. It's half my Tumblr dash. Mm-hmm. I I mentioned this. I typed it out in chat when we were doing like technical difficulty stuff with the Baldur's Gate stream. But I started, so I've said before that I've gotten really into writing comic scripts. I love it. It's super fun. I don't know why. I've written a bunch of them at this point. They're just really fun and they get some brain rats out, but sometimes it makes brain rats worse. It's fine. And I was writing a thing and sending it to Summer because it was about Dash and Piper, our characters in Deadbeats. And so I was sending it to Summer, and at one point Summer was like, this is such a good birthday gift. And I was like, oh, that's right. It's Summer's birthday on the 10th. So I was like, I need to finish this by the 10th. And I went really hard on it because I was just at my sister's house with nothing else to do, waking up at 2 a.m. just by myself, right? So I finished it. And by the end of it, I was like, this is so long. I will never draw this. It's so long. I don't even know what to do with this anymore. Yeah, I messaged Dyer before about Dyer. For those of you who don't know, Dyer in chat is the one who made forever ago when phase 2 is ending of IO, made like a big they've done like a ton of IO art and stuff at this point, but made a like a fan comic that heavily featured Alice, and I adored it. And when I started, a bunch of the comic scripts that I've made are about Alice because I love him. And I messaged Dyer about it at one point. I love it. Great comic. It's very good. Yeah, it's so good. Dyer's art is also just very expressive and wonderful. A small spoiler, but the mods tried to do a thing for your birthday and we went a bit too all in and we couldn't finish it in the months we had. That's very sweet, guys. I won't tell you what it is because maybe your next birthday. You guys are very sweet. Yeah, I don't want to know. Don't tell me. It's probably a soup of the month coupon. That would be incredible. All or nothing. That's how we do it in this community. Looks at the Christmas cards from 2 years ago. I don't know what you mean. What do you mean? I sent out like 20 of those. It's fine. Oh my God. I still sometimes wake up in a cold sweat. Like, I can't believe how sideways that went for me. What Christmas cards? Never again, for real. If I was going to do it again. So here's what really chaps my ass, right? Then this is fully a self-burn. I'm the only person to blame for this. Is Amariel at the time was like, "You've never done this before, and I know you. Should we say we cap it at 50? Like 50 to 100 max?" And I was like, "No." No. It should be hundreds of them. What a maniac. Like, who the fuck put me in charge? And if it had been like 50, I would have been totally fine. I got so overwhelmed with 500 of them. On the plus side, if I wanted to try it again and only do like 50, I have everything to do that now. I did ask Anne about how she does it. Part of it is that she's like a wonderful, capable person. So that helps a lot. Yes, that's true. Free just mentioned we don't have anybody's information or data anymore, so don't worry about that. But also, it's those cards aren't getting sent. You know, Lamia worked so hard. I know, and the art is gorgeous, and I believe that we released it at a certain point. But if not, um, if not, I would love to hit up Lamia and say, hey, you should post it. But I'm pretty sure that they posted it. You could always learn Python to make doing cards easier. I'm sold. Yes. Some cards did get sent out. Yes. I know a way we could do it in the future to make it easier on you, but I'm not committing to anything. That's smart. That's very fair. No, there are some things that in the future I would probably, especially because she literally lives on the property with us now. In the future, I would probably go to my sister-in-law and be like, hi, will you help me like label and ship all of these things or, you know, whatever. But yes, I'm very sorry about how the Christmas cards went a couple of years ago. I did not expect to get as overwhelmed as I did. What Christmas cards? Now we're talking. How they went or how they didn't go. I deserve that. That's fair. Oh my gosh, remember the coffee saucer shit? We've learned so much. Yeah, we learned about olive oil coffee and coffee saucers and all sorts. Olive oil coffee. Yeah, I can't get into it again. But go look it up. Oh no. Oof. Butter coffee is delicious. We have a butter coffee person in chat. Butter tea is a thing too. I don't like that. Butter coffee I've gotten over. I can accept that as like a fairly normal thing. Putting butter in tea sounds gross. You literally just put a bit of butter in your coffee. Pretend that it's creamer. That's, yeah. Buttermilk tea is a thing. I got milk tea with my mom. I made my mom try milk tea, and she liked it. I don't think she was like obsessed with it, but she was like, yeah, this is nice. And then later she was on the phone with my aunt and was like, yeah, we got boba tea, which is apparently very popular. It's cute. She got it without boba. Yeah. Which I think was smart. And then Clark was like, I want to try it. Because at first she was like, no way. And then I mentioned this on a stream while I was over there. But one of you lovely people was at the boba place when we went there and said hi. And it was very sweet. And they had 2 kids. And one of them was a little bit younger than Clark and got boba with like little jellies inside instead of boba. And ever since then, Clark was like, I want to try boba. I want to try milk tea. So we got her a milk tea and she took a sip and she was like, it's good. I don't want any more. So I drank the rest of hers as well as my own. But I got 2 people, my child and my mom, to try it. Yeah, it was very, it is really strange. This happens to Sam all the time. People in Sam's hometown recognize him all the time and say hi. This was the first time that someone in my hometown, which is significantly smaller than his, but like this was the first time that someone in my hometown was like, hi, I watch your streams. And it was very sweet. It took me off guard big time, but what a sweetheart. We were considering getting boba yesterday, but we were too full from lunch. A bunch of my mods met up in London, I think. Was it London or was it somewhere else? It doesn't matter. You guys don't have to say where you were. A bunch of my mods met up and had lunch together. It's very cute. Yeah, this is exactly where my mods live. Yes. Yeah, that's also true. Um, it's somewhat similar, not exactly. I think Jesse is a very recognizable person. So it's somewhat similar to like one of my favorite convention stories ever, where someone stopped Jesse and I to be like, Jesse, oh my God, I love your videos. You're amazing. And they like really bigged Jesse up and talked with him for a while. And at the end of the conversation, they were like, hey, if you see Dodger, let us know. And walked away. And Jesse was like, I will, even though I was right there. It's still one of my favorite convention stories ever. I love it. So fucking funny. I would never own up to being that person. It wasn't just one guy. It was three people. 3 people in a group. that were like, Jesse, you're the fucking man. We love you so much. I watch all your videos. Tell Dodger hi. And he got to just be like, hi. Yes, Free. I think the last time, Free, that I saw you was in a signing thing. And so we didn't get to talk that much. I've talked with Alex before about coming to visit you guys. Should do it at some point. I'm just bad at following up on that shit. It wasn't Kigurumi Dodger. No, there was a short period of time there where every convention I went to, there was like a weird clip-on foxtail that we got at, it wasn't a BlizzCon. There was a convention where they were giving out foxtails. And so every convention I went to, I would just clip it onto the back of my trousers or whatever I was wearing. And that way I could be like, if you're not sure it's me, I'm wearing a fucking foxtail. So yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like it's somewhat similar to Disney bounding, but you know, instead it's me doing a casual version of the Kigurumi. Do you look different IRL compared to on camera? I am 5 foot, which is not obviously as short as you can be, but is small enough that I get overlooked pretty easily. Which again is fine. It just makes for funny stories. I have had like friends who know exactly what I look like, who I talk to all the time. I have had friends stand next to me, look to the side, and go, "Oh my God, I thought you were a kid." No names. It's, you know, it's just is what it is. A child. Yeah, Krendor is I think Krendor is like average height, isn't he? But so many of the dudes that we know are just fucking giants. I thought you might be taller and I don't know why. I honestly think that when you pretty much only see somebody sitting down, it's really hard to, in your mind, be like, this is a small or tall person, you know? I think most people sitting down, unless like they are built in a way that seems like more waifish or just like more heavy set, I think there's sort of an assumption that everyone is like average height, you know? So it makes sense to me that unless I've been actively goofing about being short, or you've seen a bunch of content where I'm standing next to people, that you would assume that I'm not that small, that I'm just like a normal sized person, you know? think you beat Sam in a 1v1 duel to the death, though, I disagree. If we were actually trying to kill each other, he would only have to hit me once, I think, for me to just be clocked out. No, I agree. 5 foot isn't that small. When I was in high school, I was 4'11", and my mom and I were laughing because we were looking up the law for booster seats. Because we were like, how big does a kid have to be in a booster seat in Oregon? Because it would be really nice if we didn't have to buy a whole ass car seat out here, if we could just buy a booster seat. And it turned out that Clark was exactly the right height and weight to use a booster seat in Oregon. We were like, fuck yes. So we got a booster seat and it's awesome. And now I want a booster seat here so bad because they're so much lighter. They're just so much easier to work with. Anyways, we were laughing because when I was like, I wonder what the law is in the United Kingdom. And she's not quite big enough to use a booster seat in the United Kingdom. But one of the things that it said on there was, we recommend that anyone up to 4'11" continue to use a booster seat. And I was like, what the fuck? No. That was me as an 18-year-old. No. I would not be 18 in a booster seat. I'm sorry. I just think that's too big. I just don't think you need one at that height. The recommendation says differently, but I just don't think. And maybe it's because I'm like, but that I was technically an adult at that height. But there are plenty of adults who are way shorter than that. So I don't know. But I was like, no. No, thank you. Imagine getting pulled over while you're in a booster seat. Could happen, dude. Yeah, it was because I've talked before about how I've slowly grown. I hit 4'9" when I was, oh my God, I wasn't 4'11" yet until college. It's fine. I hit 4'9" when I was in high school. And then I've just really gradually, slowly over time grown to 5 foot. So I was 4'9" for most of high school. By the end of high school, I was 4'10". And then when I was in college, I hit 4'11". And since being like a whole ass working adult, I'm 5 foot now. Yeah. You know what? Honestly, yeah. Somebody was like, people use pillows in cars. Why not use a booster? If a booster is more comfortable and makes you feel more secure than a pillow, I bet there's cool boosters out there. Hold on. Adult car booster seat. Yes! Oh my God, it autofilled. Yeah, dude. Height boost mat. Portable and breathable. Adult car seat elevation. Yeah, dude. I'm coming around on it. It was a really quick come around, but I'm coming around on it now. You'll be 5'6" when you're 80. That's how it works. We've joked about that. I think I've stopped though. Anyways, booster seats for your kid are really nice. And I'm really excited to get a booster seat for Clark. Because holy shit. They're just so nice. You just pick them up easy. They weigh nothing. It's awesome. Matching boosters. My kid and I, we could have matching booster seats. We could be booster buddies. Exactly. Do you think Clarky will be taller than you? Yeah. I would be really surprised if she wasn't. She is definitely not growing as fast as her cousins. There's a lineup picture that I'm not going to show you because the other kids are not mine. But there's a lineup picture of all of the current children next to each other on Sam's side of the family. And the 3-year-old is the same size as Clark. So Clark is average size. It's just that all of the other kids are like really taking the Thorn genes and being like, yes, I will be gigantic. That's my plan here. No, River is only 9 months younger than Clark. River's taller than Clark now. It's our nephew who is the same size as her. And then there's a 1-year-old who is also massive. So yeah, so I think I would assume, but you never know. I would assume she's probably going to be more average height. I don't think she's going to be as short as me, but maybe she will be. Who knows? My kid isn't as tall as they could be. Weak, boring. My child hasn't been cursed with giant blood. Mysterious, powerful. Yeah. Yeah. I've reached that point with kids' clothes where I'm buying clothing that is intended for a kid like 2 years older than her. Because I'm just so sick of her like having clothes that immediately don't fit her. So now, like my mom was like, oh, I'm going to go get some, because I had mentioned that none of Clark's trousers fit anymore. And I was like, yeah, we really need to get her some new ones. And my mom was like, yeah, I'll, we should like go to the store and we'll get some stuff. And I was like, yeah, get stuff for 7-year-olds. Stuff that says age 6 to 7 or just 7. That's what we're going for now. And it's great. Everything is just like slightly oversized. And then it'll reach a point where it's like comfy. And then, it'll start to get small, but it'll take a while, okay? Yeah, I don't mind being small. And again, I'm not as small as I could be, and I've grown over time, but like I don't mind being small. I'm very used to it. If I need to reach something and there isn't a counter that I can climb on, like a squirrel, I get annoyed. I don't like having to look for a stool. That's annoying. But honestly, the biggest thing that makes me, this is gonna sound very silly or sappy maybe, but like the biggest thing that makes me wish that I was a little bit bigger is I really love to dance. And when Sam and I dance together, I think it's cute, but it's also like we aren't as like comfortable as we could be because he like towers over me if we're dancing together, you know? And part of me wishes that we were like just a little bit more similar height when we're dancing, you know? I need to get some of those boots that have like a hidden platform inside of them. They're made to just make you like just a little bit taller. No, I don't want like actual, I don't want shoes where it's an obvious platform. I want the ones where it's a hidden platform. Am I a high heels person? No. I can walk very comfortably in high heels. I don't have a problem with walking in them, but I don't wear them very often. They do make hidden platform boots. A couple of my trans guy friends love them. Turn the tables, get stilts. I don't know if I can dance in stilts either, guys. You know what? You're right. You're right. If they can do it in Cirque du Soleil, then I can do it in the comfort of my own home, you know? That can't be my next study hall, guys. I have to learn Python. Keep up. Come on, dude. We were talking about how, you know, the reason that it's taken so long for Sam to get into his office has been because Sam has sort of insisted on getting whatever needs to happen to this room to just get it done before he moves in. And I was like, honestly, I think I know you well enough, but you definitely know yourself well enough to know that that was the right call. Like, even though it's frustrating waiting for everything to get done, you're definitely the sort of person where once everything's in there and you're settled in there, the idea of taking it all out to like do a different floor, do something with the walls, it was just not going to happen, you know? So it makes sense to take the time to just get it done, right? So that it's exactly how you want it. And then you can just comfortably like settle in there, you know? And he was like, I agree, but also you are exactly the same. He's like, do not move into that outbuilding. Do not start working out of there until you've put everything up that you want up in there. And I was like, well, and he was like, no. You've had nothing in your background. It's like you've had nothing in your background on stream for months. It's just make sure that once those windows are in and you're good to go, that you put things in there that you want. I was like, okay, you're right. You're right. I will. The only thing that we can't do before I move in is we want to put a partition wall in there. My father-in-law and I are going to build a wall, just like a little wall, and just because it's kind of long. It's kind of a long room, so the echo might get kind of annoying. So we're going to see how it sounds. It might sound fine, but I'm going to be facing kind of a vacuum. Not a vacuum, but just like a big open space. And so the sound quality might kind of suck. So we were like, well, the option will be there to put a wall in. And for now, I'm probably going to get like one of those, like folding dividers and just put that up. But not as long as the long room in the other house that we looked at, no. Yeah, Rathweld, we bought a farm and we've moved in, but we're not working out of there yet. We're still working out of this house, so we're getting it sorted. Daughter's a farmer now. You know it. Thank you. Sam was like, for my birthday, I want a cool cowboy hat now that I live on a farm. I was like, I love that. I would love to get you a cool cowboy hat. Crocs and a cowboy hat. Yeehaw. And then the cowboy shit. Well, he's getting Crocs, guys, okay? One thing at a time. All right, I'm going to take a break. I need to go to the toilet, but let's do some words so that you guys have something to do while I'm gone. And we'll run some ads and shit. It'll be good. Oops, not that. Nope. Oh. Wait a sec. There we go. Okay. Oh, right, because Spotify isn't working. Is it working now? What has happened here? Is it just fully down? Goodness gracious. Okay. Well. Do Crocs make cowboy hats? No. I like that you didn't say cowboy boots. You said cowboy hats. Maybe. F in the chat for Spotify. It's fine. Here, let's find another option. Is this gonna have an ad? Yep. Huh, close the ad. And then, hi, how are you? Grab this. Jesus, I hate my audio setup right now. I hate it. There we go. Okay. All right, bye. did it, gang. Well done, everybody. I do want this match to end. What the heck is Veep? Veep definition. A vice president. I knew it was slang for a vice president. I just didn't know that it was actually in the dictionary. So here we are. Oh, Veep. Veep, Veep, motherfucker. Or whatever. I don't know. Now, this is a call out. Any Veeps in chat? Yeah. So vice president gets shortened to VP, gets shortened to Veep. Yeah, I don't like that. No one does. No one does. I'm the Veep of my house. Oh no. Why did my computer suddenly get loud? Does anybody else get nervous when your computer suddenly like, whirr? What are you doing in there? Can we start calling toilet paper teep? Sure. I can't remember why, but we were explaining to Clark that sometimes you start saying a thing the way that a friend or a family member says a thing. We were talking about chalky milk. So my nephew's girlfriend was driving us somewhere, and she was talking about how she calls chocolate milk chalky milk. And Clark was like, why do you do that? And she was like, because it's funny, but also because someone else in my life called it chalky milk. And so we were explaining to Clark, like, sometimes when you spend a lot of time with people, you wind up saying a silly thing or calling something silly because other people in your life do, and you sort of pick up on it. And after you've done it long enough, you might forget who originally did it. And the example I gave was, like, my friend Jeannie calls McNuggets dank nugs. It's like, so I, in my mind, still call chicken nuggets dank nugs because it's funny. But there was a point where we were like, why do we all call them dank nugs? I can't remember. But another one that comes up all the time is I call beer Bebos. I've called beer Bebos forever now. I'm still not totally sure why or who started that. And drinks I call Beverly's. And I do know why I do that, but I don't know who did it first. It was because a big group of us were all watching The Next Generation at the same time in college. And the way that Jean-Luc Picard says Beverly was really funny because he says it a lot in the show. And so we all started calling them Beverly's, but then it just turned into Beverly's, just normal. I know why it happened. I just don't know who started doing it. I don't know who did it first, you know? My buddies and I call actual dank nugs dino nugs in a complete reverse. I love that. Beverly's makes more sense than Bebo's. Beverly's makes sense, I think, because beverage, right? Does anyone want a Beverly? Right? And then it just turns into just calling them Beverly's. Bebo's, I don't know why. It was beer and then Beebs. Anybody want a beer? Anybody want a Beeb? And then it turned into Bebo. Anyone want a Bebo? And I gotta tell you, Bebo is a really fun word to say. And that's why it stuck around for so long, is because we just loved being like, anyone want a Bebo? It's just fun to say. The evolution of friend group lingo and slang is amazing. It is. There's like full, like people study that. The way that language can literally evolve just in a small group of people. When I call my kid Bubble, or Buppy, both of those I've said on stream before, and people have been like, why do you call her that? And I've had to explain that it came from Bubbala, which I believe is a Yiddish word. So it started with me calling her Bubbala, to then Bubby, to then Bubby, and from there it can turn into Bubble, or it can turn into Buppy. So I call her Bubble and Buppy all the time. And I've started calling all of the kids Bubby. I call all of them Bubby or Bubs. All of them. So they're all really used to me calling them that. I'm being like, what do you need, Bub? What do you need, Bubble? All of them. Oh my gosh, we came home to like so much going on with the animals. The pigs free range now as long as someone's outside with them. But they're pigs, so they keep digging holes everywhere. And everyone's like, no. There's a guy that we know that has come over to help with a bunch of like the work on the house and things. And he brought his dog at one point while I was gone, who is a hunting dog, and the dog attacked one of the geese. She's okay, but she does limp right now. So one of our geese is limping. I came back and they don't chirp anymore. They just honk. I was like, no. The geese used to just walk around and go chirp, 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 and I loved it. And now they just honk at you. I was like, shit, I missed it. I missed the transition period. You're just grown ass geese now and you just honk at people, which is also cute. But, you know, the chirpy noises were so like calming to me. And now I'm like, they're gone. They don't chirp anymore. They just go, honk. I came outside to go to the car and they were just following me. And again, because one of them is limping, they were just kind of like slowly waddling after me. But when I turned back to be like, bye girls, they went, honk! I was so alarmed. So yeah, the tortoises are just doing their thing. Same with the ferrets. They're all happy and fine. Do the other geese wait on the one that's limping? No. So it's Apple and Crumble. Crumble's the one that got attacked. Crumble's just kind of like, you know that in Aristocats, the like dun 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 dun, the like goose waddle song. I sing that all the time when I'm behind the geese because it's very cute. And so currently Crumble is more of like a dun 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 dun. She just kind of slowly makes her way around. But Apple still has some like I need to be near people anxiety. So Apple will run at you just to be near you if she sees you. And Crumble's like, hold up, I'll be there in a minute. I'm working on it, dude. They need little bonnets. Oh my God. They do. Bum, 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 bum. And we need a gander. We need one boy goose who is drunk all the time. Or for some reason behaves as though he's drunk. I can't believe, dude, it was a different time when Aristocats was made. When we watched that, I was like, there's literally a whole side story here about a alcoholic goose. That's wild. Me too. I also loved that movie when I was little. Although I say that, and there's I mean, he's not like a main character or anything, but there's a character in Tangled whose whole thing is just being an old drunk man. So I guess have things changed? Probably not really. My fave Disney animal film that's wildly out of pocket is Lady and the Tramp. I haven't watched Lady and the Tramp since I was a kid. But I sing Bella Notte all the time because I love that song. Oh, yes. Oh my God, the We Are Siamese song. There's a very uncomfortable moment in the Everybody Wants to Be a Cat song, though, that is along the same lines. Foxy Robin Hood is my favorite. I won't ask you why. I don't need to ask you why. Are there any movies Clark begs to watch again and again? She's never really been a I'm going so hard on this movie sort of kid. Like when people say like, oh my God, when Frozen came out, my child wanted to watch Frozen like 3 times a day. Um, no. The closest that we've had, I think, is Encanto, but even with that movie, it was like maybe once a week she'd ask to watch it, and she probably wouldn't really pay attention to it. You know, like it was like, yeah. But the like, my kid wants to watch this movie every single day thing. She does that with shows sometimes. She'll get like when I was talking about Number Blocks. Oh my God. She's gone through multiple stages where she's just been like, I only want to watch Number Blocks, which again is fine because it's teaching her math and she loves it. And I would love it if she continued to love math. So whenever she's this is people really love to big up if their kids love math, which I am literally doing right now, and I'm fully aware of it because I think so many of us wound up being made to kind of hate math when we were in school. So when you have a kid and you're like, my kid loves math, you just love to talk about it, dude. But but legitimately, I'm like, how do I keep her from hating it? How do I help her not hit this point where she's like, well, now in school they're making us do a bunch of math and now I hate it. I don't know. I guess plenty of people continue to love it, so it's whatever. But I've found recently that if she's bored at a restaurant or something and she's like starting to turn into like a little demon and won't let us eat or just like live in peace. It's rare, but if it happens, I can give her math problems. Oh my God. It's amazing. It's so great. They have to be problems with 5 numbers. She doesn't want them to be bigger than 10, which is totally fair. But she wants there to be 5 numbers involved pretty much every time. Small multiplication is fine, and addition and subtraction, there's no rules. But she doesn't want like multiplication that winds up being like big numbers, right? So like 5 times 5, like she can't do that. But 2 times pretty much anything, yeah, she's good. So yeah, if you're like, Clark, do you want me to put together a few math problems for you? She'll be like, yes. She gets super jazzed about it. I'm like, great, because once you hand that to her, fully focused, chilled out, doing math. I love it. It's so great. And again, I don't know how long I can ride that train. I don't know how long I'll be able to do that as like a please chill out while I'm trying to talk to another adult. But it's pretty great. As a kid, I also loved logic puzzles. My mom got little books of fun logic puzzles for kids. She has a Rubik's Cube, yeah. Glad Clark still loves her numbers. Oh my God, that's right. I need to keep that clip forever. We were playing a Picross game, Murder by Numbers, when she was really little. And she showed up on stream, and when she had to go, she cried and yelled, "Mommy, my numbers!" Because she was so upset. That's right. I totally forgot about that. I guess she's been like on track to be a numbers kid for a while. Yeah. So I'm kind of like, okay. Currently, she still thinks I'm really cool, right? She still thinks that we're really cool. That won't be forever. But I think as long as people in her life that she looks up to in some way are like, math's pretty awesome, then we might be able to trick her into like continuing to do math. She loves Sudoku. There's if you want to teach your kids Sudoku, there is it Sudocats? Yeah. There's a game called Sudocats where instead of it being numbers, it's pictures of cats. And so you have to figure out like which cat is missing and how to make sure the cat faces don't overlap, which I think is actually more difficult than the numbers. I think it's easier to identify like what number between 1 and 9 is missing than like, wait, which cat is not on this grid yet, you know? But conceptually, I think it was easier for her to understand the concept of like, you can't have the same cat in a row, right? So she can do the really easy Sudocats stuff. And she's done really simple, like really, really simple Picross stuff before. So there's options out there. People were mentioning like number munchers. You know, there's turning math and logic stuff into games to make them more accessible or make the concepts more accessible is not like a new idea. But there's more of that stuff out there now, you know? No! No! What the hell? I got a blueberry muffin and it had jam in the middle. Why is there jam in my blueberry muffin? What the fuck? That was so alarming for me. It's not that it tastes bad. I didn't expect jam? Oh my God, that was so weird. Yeah, unexpected jam in the middle. Oops. My name is Kyle Prue, and welcome to Things You Can Say to Piss Off Men. That's what I was watching when I was peeing. You're welcome for that insight. Hope you had a great journey and birthday. I did. My dad made spaghetti. My mom got me a big, pretty mug that says "Life is better on the farm," which is very cute. Sam tried to send me flowers and they never showed up. Poor Sam. And then it turned out I'm not going to leave it at that because I know you guys and you're going to clip that and then send it to Sam and he's going to be like, that's not what happened. Sam tried to send me flowers and it turned out that the address I had sent him when he asked had one number wrong. And so he was like, what the fuck? You sent me the wrong address. So he had been in cahoots with my mom because I didn't know why he asked for the address. It didn't occur to me that he was trying to send me something on my birthday. He had been in cahoots with my mom, like, hey, this thing didn't show up. What's the address? My mom sent the address. He was like, that's not what she sent me. And so tried to get it resent, but my birthday was on a Sunday. So it tried to resend on Sunday. And we were like, will it even show up on Sunday? Should we wait until Monday to like see whether or not it showed up? And it just never showed up. I've come to find out later that like it was like a teddy bear and a gift and flowers, like the whole shebang. And it's just missing. So now Sam's like, where did it go? But I will accept that it probably would have shown up just fine if I had given him the right address to begin with. So, oops. Whenever I make spaghetti, I think of what your dad must do for his sauce recipe. I'd love to make spaghetti that good. Yeah, he cooks it all day. It was he got it started a bit late on my birthday and it wasn't as thick as it normally is. It normally like it thickens up a lot because it cooks for so long. But at the end of the day, honestly, it's really basic. It's just like the thyme and the spices and all of that. Not THYME, but like actual like time in the day that it just sits there kind of like slowly perking, you know? Did you get the Powell's bookstore mug? I didn't, because the people who could take me to Powell's had COVID, so. I feel very bad for my sister. Fortunately, my nephew and his girlfriend were very sweet, and when they could, they worked their butts off, so they weren't home a lot, but when they could, they were like, what have you not eaten yet while you've been in America? Is there anything that you want to make sure that you get? So at one point I was like, I really want Mexican food, so we went and got Mexican food, and that was great. I was like, I've only had like UK ramen. I would love to have some ramen while I'm here. So we got ramen, and I made it so spicy, and I had the like absolutely flaming poops afterwards. It's like, was this worth it? I think it was, but at the time I'm mad about it. I even got it on the side because I was like, I don't know how spicy this is going to be. So I got it on the side so I could add it to the ramen myself, and I just wound up adding the whole thing, and I was like, what was the point? What was the point if I was just going to make it like insanely spicy? No, it was a spice level and a spice type that I like. So I wasn't like, oh my God, I can't eat this. It was delicious. But I feel the pain of UK people's version of Mexican food. Yeah. It was really nice to just go and like go to a restaurant, you know. But it was a good trip. I just wish people hadn't gotten sick. It is what it is. Did Clark like the Mexican food? Clark didn't like anything that we ate the entire time we were there. Things that are like normally her safe, easy to eat foods tasted different. So she had a hard time with them. She ate a lot of vegetables while we were out there. Things that are just like a carrot's a carrot for the most part, you know, like, so she ate a lot of that sort of stuff. We would go places and she would order things and be excited to try them. But then when they showed up and she tried them, she'd be like, they taste so different, you know? So yeah, it was hard to manage that because it does taste different. It's a different country and we preserve things differently and we put different things in our food. And what are you going to do, you know? So we got her a little quesadilla because she loves quesadillas. And I was like, is it literally just tortilla and cheese? And they were like, yes. And I was like, okay, we might be good. They made a quesadilla, brought it to her with a little bit of, you know, like the red rice, like tomato rice, Spanish rice, I think they call it. But anyways, and she tried it and was like, it's different cheese. I was like, oh my God, I can't win. It's fine. Yeah, I don't despite enjoying drinking soda, I don't like the way most soda tastes. I've realized. I just like the fizziness. So part of me is like, maybe I should just be getting just fizzy. I don't normally like sparkling water and stuff, but like, I don't know. Maybe I should be exploring just like things like that. It's kind of like not identical, obviously, because it's more of a low key addiction in comparison to like alcohol. But um, we've talked before about how so many people that are addicted to specifically beer will find that something they can easily move on to is like, tonic water or sparkling water or, something in that realm. And it gives them just a little bit of that, like, the thing that they're missing. What are your thoughts on LaCroix? I like the LaCroix boy song. I don't like LaCroix. Oh my God, I had a White Claw for the first time ever. Speaking of, my nephew's girlfriend was like, "Do you want a White Claw?" I was like, "I've never had one, but I've heard all the goofs about White Claw." And she was like, "Oh my God, do you want to try a White Claw?" I was like, "Sure." It's literally alcoholic LaCroix. It's like, I feel like I'm drinking LaCroix. Yeah, I thought that it was going to be like there are other like canned gin drinks and stuff like that have a lot of flavor injected into them. I expected it to be like that. I did not expect White Claws to basically just be like a cute, slightly fruity seltzer that is alcoholic. Like, and you can't tell. That's what's dangerous here. You can't tell that there's alcohol in them. That's why they're so popular, I guess. Anyways, I keep thinking I hear something downstairs. Don't make that joke. Don't make that joke like you're in my house. School starts in a few weeks. Yeah. This week we're going to be playing Stray Gods. Uh, which apparently we should be able to potentially knock out in like one stream. Um, I don't know what else. There's like I was saying, there's a card game that came out called Carbonize that has really good reviews. So there's that, and there's a kind of retro style Metroidvania called Pseudo Regalia that I'm really interested in. So yeah. surprised that it's barely 3 hours long. Is it only 2 acts? Because remember when we did our sponsored thing, we could only play Act 1. But it took us, it's 3 acts. It took us a while to get through Act 1 though. A new School Builder came out? Yeah, I know. We played the like trial version of the game, kind of. The demo, I guess you would call it, and I was not a fan. I saw 6 to 8 hours. It took me about 5 hours. That's a bit more reasonable. 3 hours seems way too little for what it is. Oh, Thronefall came out as well. Yes, dude. Oh, it's an early access. Yeah, I mean, Clark's done 1 full year of school now. When is Shadow Gambit? I think soon. I had an email about it recently. August 17th. Soon. On the 16th, I have a sponsored thing with Bree, but I think I'm going to try to, now that we have internet at the other house, I'm going to try to do it at the other house. I'm very excited for Shadow Gambit. Yeah. What day of the week is the 17th? A Thursday. Right. Okay. We could start in on Shadow Gambit on Thursday. It is moving out too. How did you know? Thursday release will be after your stream time. Oh my gosh, I always forget about that. Right, of course. Maybe we start playing it next week then. Maybe we can start in on that on Monday. If we want to try to do a friend zone and stuff. That way we can do like a couple days in a row of it, you know? Honestly, if we have enough fun with Stray Gods, I think it would be fun to do a couple runs through of it. If it's short, you know, it might be fun to play it 2 totally different ways and see how different the songs are and stuff. I didn't wind up playing Dinkum, no. But Tyria said that she's super into it. She was like, I don't know what's happening with me. I was just playing Dinkum and Palia all the time. Yeah, the game, I guess, will wind up very different depending on how you play it, Stray Gods. It's very soothing and less crocodile. I don't know what that means, but I'll make it up here. Yeah, I haven't played Palia since the last time we streamed it. So my poor little house is sitting in there like, what are we doing? You built me and everything. Pick up Clark. From where, dude? yeah, what else has come out? Yeah. What? A Homestar Runner game in 2023? Is this game existed before though, right? Or is this new? Part 1 was on the old site. Oh, so they've added to it and then like released a full game. Man, Homestar Runner. Fuck, I was obsessed with Strong Bad. I haven't popped into your stream for ages. Thank fuck your wife who plays BG3. Yeah, he's been playing a lot of BG3. Have you heard about a little game called Fortnite? We still need to play Fortnite together. I can play stuff from home now. I just need to set up my computer. It's on the horizon. JJK is in Fortnite? Don't. Who? Which characters? Fuck, hold on. Jujutsu Kaisen Fortnite. I'm so mad. Who's in Fortnite? What's Jujutsu Kaisen characters? I assume Gojo and Itadori probably. Who else? Oh my god! Four of them? Lord. Okay. I hate that Fortnite is just weeb bait. Look at Megumi's backpack. Oh no. Megumi Fushiguro bundle gameplay Fortnite. Right. But show me his shit, please. No! No, it's so cute. I'm having trouble finding a picture of like anyone wearing it though. Fortnite is like product placement, the game. Yeah. Look, we played it on stream and I was mad because it was so fun. And I've played it a lot off stream now. I still have not spent any money on the game, which meant that I didn't get the buff cat. It's fine. But it's just, I don't know, man. I remember like it was forever ago, but like, you know, I'm definitely somebody who's goofed on Fortnite a lot because it's easy to goof on Fortnite. But there is something really humbling about playing a game that you've goofed on a lot and that people in general like to goof on and being like, oh no, it's fun. Oh my God. I was like, no, why is this game fun? It's a fun game. Would it be as fun if it wasn't constantly like, nice, good job, you jumped 5 times. Achievement. Like if it wasn't constantly like pinging you like, good job, you're crushing it. Maybe not, but that's okay. Yes. I think if it still had build mode, it would feel like not that fun. But the fact that you can just play in no build mode, I think was a really good call for them. Same. I can't believe I'm eating my own words while enjoying it. Yeah. There's usually a reason things like that grow so big, for sure. But I think it's easy to look at sort of the what Fortnite is from the outside when you're not playing it and be like, the reason kids love it so much is because one of them can be Superman and one of them can be Goku and they can just like shoot each other with guns, you know? And you know, like predatory money, this, that, and the other thing, which I think is all totally like fair, valid conversations to have about games like Fortnite. They profit off of FOMO and all of that. But yeah, when you actually play it and you're like, fuck, it's fun. You just kind of have to eat that, you know? They even let you use Gojo's purple attack. I think Amari had said that as well. Yeah. I experience Genshin Impact through the artists that I follow that like to take any new hot Genshin characters and draw them being hot. That's how I experience Genshin Impact. I have no desire to play that game, but whenever they're like, a release of a bunch of new characters, and somebody's like, neat, I like one of those, I'm going to draw them over and over and over again. I'm like, God bless. The Genshin outfits are thirst traps. They are. 100%. Yeah. They're also hard to draw. There's so many little details. I also feel like if you don't know the game super well, some of them blend together. You know, a person will draw a character and you're like, I know who that is. And they're like, no, you don't. It's not that character. That character's from when the game first released. This is a totally different guy. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. Yeah, when it first came out, Sam was like, it's a gotcha, but it's like Breath of the Wild. Keep in mind, I also didn't get into Breath of the Wild. So I played Genshin for, you know, a couple days, and then I was like, cool, that was fun. And I think I'm good. I'm just gonna watch all my artist friends draw them all kissing each other, I guess. I guess that's what I'll do. This is like, Sam was like, honey, the worst possible thing is about to happen to me. And I was like, okay. And he goes, they're about to release a gacha game that is also XCOM. So it's just XCOM, but all of the characters are like gacha waifus. And I was like, yeah, that sounds bad for you. He was like, it is. Walnor, welcome to the Cat Gang. Thank you so much for subscribing. Welcome to the Cat Gang. Thank you. Appreciate it. Girls Frontline 2. It's going to be odd. Yeah. You know, is the XCOM element there? Because he was explaining, I was like, I can't believe that you're still playing Nikke. And he went, well, you don't really play it. Like, it's kind of, you just log on and do dailies, and you don't have to really pay very much attention, and then you're done, you know? And I was like, okay, that's not how an XCOM game will work, though. Like, an XCOM game, you will have to pay attention and actually play. So is that going to have longevity, or are people like Sam going to hit a point where they're like, I don't actually want to play this. I just want to collect the waifus, you know? People unironically play Nikke. Sam logs on to Nikke every single day to do his dailies. Yeah. Every day. He was like, you know, after a while, you don't even see the butts. It's true, though. Yeah, I'm sure that after a while, the ass element of Nikke becomes white noise. If you're just opening it up every day and shooting a couple guys and then being like, cool, I'm done, you know? He's become butt blind. Oh my God. Then why? Because it's sunk cost, you know? He's played it for long enough and he's collected enough. And there's supposedly one day going to be a Nier event that has still not happened yet. And he's like, I gotta play it at least until the Nier event happens. I don't know, dude. I feel like you talked about the Nier event months ago. Yeah, it was supposed to happen a while ago, I think. Or they announced it a while ago and it still hasn't happened, so. Nier's in Naraka now, too. Nier's in everything, dude. That just reminded me that we never finished the Nier anime. And we have Jujutsu Kaisen episodes to watch. We finished up, last night we finished up Bear, and we finished up Witcher. So those are done. Because we left both of those hanging when I went to America. So now we can go hard on the anime again. What did you think of Witcher? It feels like I don't think this is necessarily a bad thing, but I think if you're super into The Witcher, it winds up not being as interesting anymore. The Witcher slowly has become... Is this a spoiler? Can I say this without it being a spoiler? I'll say it feels like The Witcher isn't about The Witcher anymore. That's what I'll say. You know, and that might be on purpose because Henry Cavill is like, I'm leaving. But yeah, season 3 was very short. And at the end we were like, all right, we certainly did finish that. We certainly finished that. Yeah, because when you play the games, all of the like big political world stuff is happening, but like it's happening around you as a character. And you're not dipping into it constantly, right? You're like helping people with like little things that are adjacent to Witcher business, you know? And from the beginning, there hasn't been as much of that involved as I think there should be. I don't even feel... Here, I'll spoiler finger. If you don't want to know anything about the current season of The Witcher, or I guess The Witcher show in general, you can mute until my finger goes down, okay? This is going to be quick. I'm not going to get super into it. I don't even really feel like the show's about Ciri at this point. People talk about Ciri a lot, but it doesn't feel like it's about her. It feels like the show, this season at least, has been entirely about the mages. Which, if I recall correctly, is not a huge part of the books or the games. Like, they're important characters, but like... it feels like the whole show is about them right now. I would be fine if it was like, it's The Witcher, but it's about Ciri, right? We are seeing Ciri grow as a person through Geralt's eyes. That's not what we're getting either. We're not getting that either. We get little snippets of Ciri struggling through shit, mostly on her own. We get Geralt being really broody and sad about everything. And those things are happening off to the side. They get pushed to the side, and we get little snippets of those things while they're like, but here's the politics of what's happening in the Witcher universe, right? Like, here's all of these different kingdoms and whether or not they're going to beat the shit out of each other. And also the mages. What's happening with the mages? I'm like, I don't care. I don't care. They're important. Sure. But that's not what I want to watch the show for, you know. Anyways. That's it. You're free. You're free. Do not repeat anything I said unless you want to get timed out, dude. It was spoiler fingy for a reason. But yeah. We really liked the bear. I really like the bear. It is deeply uncomfortable to watch sometimes. Not in a secondhand embarrassment way, which is typically why I would say that something is hard to watch, but they do a fantastic job in the bear of like capturing like a very specific type of family dynamic that is really manic and aggressive. And so I think the writing's great, and I really love all the characters. And I like that just within 2 seasons, we've seen a lot of like interesting growth and stuff happening with characters. But there are episodes where Sam and I have had to be like, and now I need a break. I need a break. I'm goddamn. Yeah, second season is on Disney Plus. That sounds amazing. I do not want to experience that. Yeah, I think if somebody pitched the show to me that way, I'd probably be like, that's not a show for me. But I've actually wound up really loving it. We were laughing because it got like best comedy at some awards show, and we were like, is this a comedy? Like, I laugh a lot in it, but like, is it a Second season of The Bear. Heck, why isn't it showing up for me? Does the first season show up for you? Are you in the UK? What is The Bear about? It's about, it's basically about a guy from Chicago who leaves Chicago and becomes like the lead chef at a like 2 Michelin star restaurant or something. He becomes very famous in his field, and he gets word that his brother has died, and his brother had like a little greasy spoon hole in the wall place in Chicago and left it to him. And he decides to come back to Chicago and take over his brother's restaurant. And it's just a fucking shit show. And the way that everyone is written is so... Somebody said there are episodes that feel like you are intruding on real people. I totally agree with that. The way that characters like interact with each other and the way that they're written is very like... oof, sometimes. But it's very good. So it like... You have this sort of sometimes very like toxic dynamic between people and how they talk to each other, but also the sort of sometimes very toxic dynamic that occurs in kitchens. Sam has worked in a lot of kitchens in his life, and he was like, I have been in kitchens where everybody talks to each other like this, and it is bad. So it's really interesting. But I will say, if you wind up watching it, and if at the start of watching it you're like, I don't know if I can do 2 seasons of this, there is a lot of interesting growth that happens in that show. Hospitality workers love it for how accurate it is. Yeah, Sam, there are so many episodes where Sam's like, I have lived this. Anyways, it's very good. We liked it a lot. There's 2 seasons out. If you're in America, it's on Hulu, I think, and in England, it's on Disney Plus. I can't speak to anywhere else. And so now we can get back into Jujutsu Kaisen and stuff. Main guy's from Shameless. Yeah, I never watched Shameless, but a lot of people have mentioned that. The off-stream game that I'm going to be in, that's like only going to be a couple sessions, but the off-stream game that I'm going to be in where I play Michael again is starting tonight, and I'm so excited. Michael was a character that I made for the Twilight one-shot, who is like a really nerdy vampire. Emily, who plays Xanth, if you watched Hellions at all, Emily was like, I really want to run a short game that takes place at a post office, and it's just slice of life. And I was like, amazing. So I remade Michael for a slice of life post office game, and I'm so excited. I was like, what class? Because I don't think we're going to be like fighting. So I was like, what class should I make this character? And so I decided to go fighter, just to like be strong and tanky. He's just not going to look strong and tanky or probably ever use it. Zanby, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, guys. Thank you. We're talking about a nerdy vampire character that I'm playing in a campaign tonight. Yeah, I'm literally just using it as like flavor, I guess. You know, when I had to pick my equipment, I had to choose like all these weapons and things, and I was like, I don't think Michael has used a weapon in his life. I don't think he's needed to. He's just a dude at a post office that has a special interest in mail and organization and talks to people about different types of glue, and that's it. You know, that's his whole thing. It's just to be able to be like, yeah, he's got high constitution, high strength, you know, etc. No, he's not supposed to have high charisma. Otherwise, yeah, paladin might have been a better way to go because paladins benefit from some charisma, but no. He's a Dampier, which I think is as close to a vampire as you can be as a character in like rules as written. If he's a postal worker, barbarian gets rage. Again, not the character. Not the character. We all got to choose what our job is at the post office, and I was like, I think he would be inventory. He manages the inventory. He makes sure that they've got the envelopes they need and the right glue, and he has opinions about like paper weight and stuff. And that's it. That's his whole thing. He just happens to be a vampire. That's it. And then Emily had me do a bunch of perception rolls and gave me a list of characters that hate me. Because I was like, she was like, do you think that Michael would have like made friends? And I was like, I think Michael thinks everyone is his friend. And I think Michael talks to everyone just about shit that no one cares about is the problem. Because Michael thinks it's really interesting to know everything about glue. Not everybody else is going to think that's interesting, you know? So I think he talks to everyone. And so she had me do some perception rolls and was like, okay, these are characters that you know for sure do not like you. I was like, okay. My favorite setting, normal mundane setting, but also I'm a vampire. Yeah. I was like, I want to be a vampire that's just doing boring shit and has probably done boring shit his whole life. Aside from getting bit, you know? There's a series of books called The Utterly Uninteresting and Unadventurous Tales of Fred the Vampire Accountant. I love that. It's about a guy who's an accountant that becomes a vampire and just stays an accountant. I love that. That's it. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, he's a little Colin Robinson coded for sure. Just not being boring on purpose, you know? Colin wants to, you know, lure people into boring conversations to eat their energy, right? But Michael just thinks maybe you also have opinions about the sort of paper grade that they're using to make the envelopes. If you didn't watch the Twilight one shot, it was a Monster Hearts game. And it was set in the Twilight universe, and I was a vampire. And in Monster Hearts, Vampires are very funny. They're like, the description is like, you're so mysterious and so cool, and everybody just finds like there's just something about you. And I was like, but also I'm boring, which makes it more confusing. I just loved the idea of somebody like, yeah, I don't know. There's definitely something about Michael, but when he starts talking, I can't really put my finger on what it is. Like, they're so cool, and then they open their mouth, literally, yeah. Yeah, it's on Joe Fudge's channel. It was a one shot. It was me. Shane couldn't make it, which makes me so sad because he was going to be my bestie. We like had a whole thing. Shane couldn't make it, and Sam didn't come, but it was me, Bree, OLG, and Tomato doing a Monster Hearts campaign, but only one session. Tamto with the sunglasses was hilarious. Yeah. Hold on. For those of you who weren't around for it, wait a sec. Where is my Michael picture? Michael! Oh, I can't find it. It's gotta be on here somewhere, dude, because I definitely showed Michael to you guys. When we did the Twilight campaign, we all took pictures of ourselves and then warped them to become our characters. And I still find the Michael one so, like, uncanny. Because it's definitely me, but it's also not me at all. Tomato? Yeah, he's a funny dude. Here we go. Ready? I found it. Here we go. Hold on. Transform. Fit to screen. This is Michael. Not quite me, but kind of me. It's weird, right? This is my twin brother, Michael. It's weird, right? No, you know what the key is? You know what the key is to taking a picture and then making it look like you, but also not like you? Is take a picture with your mouth closed and then use an AI to create the smile. Because it just generates a smile for you, and it's never, ever going to look like your smile. Anyway, I auto-generated his smile. It's Michael. And then, yeah, the glasses are my actual glasses, and I added freckles. I need to come up. I don't have. In the Twilight one shot, I had a whole thing for like why Michael got bit. I don't have that for this. I guess it could be the same thing. Were the sparkles real? I sparkled, yeah, because I was a vampire in the Twilight universe, so I had to be careful about being in the sun. But yeah, in the Twilight one shot, I got bit by another nerd vampire who was like, I believe, like a kind of weird nerd supremacy thing. Like, I think that if we had the power to like protect ourselves, our intellect could really do good things for the world. And, you know, we could actually like keep people safe and like make things better. But my character was fully on board for killing humans, so which never came up in the session. But why is the mode constantly changing? I don't know what you mean. Yeah, maybe it's like what we were mentioning before. A vampire was like, I really want to turn somebody else into a vampire. I just got to find somebody really cool. And then they saw me and they were like, there's just something about them, and bit me. And then I started talking and they were like, no, I made a mistake. This room is now in 10-minute follower only mode. Probably this. So we're always in 10-minute follower only mode. It means that you have to have been following for 10 minutes in order to talk. It's to keep bots and like hate raids and stuff from happening, or to discourage them at least. When we get raided by somebody, we normally turn it off so that people that came over on the raid, if they're not following yet, can say hi, and then we turn it back on after everybody's like had a minute to say hi. So yeah, the mode, if you mean like the follower mode, that does change depending on like what is going on in chat. Yeah, I don't think anybody should say that you're a vampire. Just spitball with me here, okay? Say that you're a vampire and you're like, I just really want a baby vampire. Okay? I just really want like that like vampire and little vampire baby relationship where I like turned them and I get to teach them the ropes. Like I just crave that, right? I don't know. My vampire ovaries are twisting or whatever. So you decide you're going to do that, right? Surely, cuz that's like forever, dude. It's not like with people where you're like, well, I'm locked in for like 18 years and then that person is either going to want to like keep being in my life or not, right? You make another vampire, that person's around forever. And depending on the lore, you might like be slightly aware of them and what's going on with them for the rest of your life. You know? Which is also forever. Yeah. So the idea of a vampire backstory being like, I don't know, some guy just thought I looked cool and then bit me and then regretted it is funny to me. Like, who would do that? I'm going to message Emily and be like, hold on, one extra little piece of backstory is The vampire that turned me is a fucking idiot. They're just like, I just wanted a baby vampire so bad. I literally was just thinking that too. Like, what if they bit me and they were like, no, not this one? And I have just so many vampire siblings out there because they kept being like, eventually I'm going to find somebody that's going to be my perfect companion. And at the point that the campaign is happening now, they're going through like this weird, maybe I'm the problem. So it's sort of like, I turned 20 different people into vampires and I don't like any of them. What a waste of time. Yeah. Vampire Council, like, if you turn two more people, we're gonna have to file your fangs down. Is that funny? Or is it funny if it's the vampire version of like when people just really love the baby stage and then their kids get a little older and they're like, we should have another baby, right? I like the stage where they're really reliant on me and they don't know how to be a vampire. But then once they like know everything, it's boring for me. So I just turn another person. You have the most specific role play ideas. I'm just saying, I didn't think about this. Like, that feels like good backstory information. If you're like, I'm playing a vampire. Who bit me? 101 vampires. Also, I named this again because this campaign is just a slice of life and I don't think it's ever going to come up. I named him Michael McVampire. And Nick was like, why? But it should be fun. I'm excited. MMV, you know it. Michael Pyers. That's also good. Please, Mr. McVampire was my father. Actually, my father's name was... Oh... Yes. Oh my God. Vampire Dad. Where is he? Where is he for the goof? For the goof. Where is he? There he is. Yeah. It's my dad. This is the guy. You thought your parents sucked. Hilarious. Anyways. Yeah, what if my vampire dad that can't stop making vampires, what if he's just like oh my gosh. Hold on, I'm looking up a specific actor. What if he's just like Don Draper? There we go. I couldn't remember his name. From Mad Men. Specifically the way he acts in Good Omens. I still haven't watched Good Omens season 2. You need to. I heard it's fine. If you are already into Good Omens, it's a fun time. Making Good Omens comic now? Interesting. I mean, that sort of happened in Interview with the Vampire, didn't it? Because Louis like turned that woman basically so that she would be like a mother figure. Because he was like, I'm trying to single dad now, and it's hard, dude. My kid is unhinged, and she's going to be an unhinged kid for eternity. And my ex-boyfriend is also unhinged, but at least I kicked him out for now, so I just need someone to help me. Spoilers for Interview with the Vampire, I guess. It's a good movie. I haven't watched the show either. I didn't hear anything about the show. The new series is good. Interesting. The amount of X's a vampire could build up. No wonder they end up so reclusive. It's too awkward out there. I can't go anywhere, dude, without running into somebody. UK? Where do we watch it on UK? Oh, ITVX. Oh, okay. No one can hold a 400-year-old grudge like a vampire. Yep. Oh, goodness. We had talked about that when we were done with the Twilight one shot. I think we had discussed, like, man, it would be fun to do a What We Do in the Shadows campaign. I don't know that Monster Hearts is the correct system to use for that, but yeah, dude, you just go somewhere, you go really hard for about, 60 years, 50 or 60 years. And then I think you gotta bail. I think you gotta bail and be like, well, Madrid burned. I can never go back. Anywho. All right, gang. Will there be another Daikia? There will be. It's getting planned right now, actually. I'm pretty sure JP said that out loud, so I'm not, like, ruining anything. All right, kids. I'm going to read off the activity feed, and then we can get going. Okay? Stewie Wonder, thank you for the 41 months. Dr. Jazzfist for the 70. Dawn Seeker for the 99. Cosmic Chopsticks for the 6. Boxa for the 101. Mr. No for the 23. Beauregard for the 6 years. Happy anniversary. Thank you very much for the support and the love. Maze Windu for the 20. Beelzebolt for the 5. I always love saying your name out loud. Sunflower Angerad for the 42. Tatters for the 44, Legacy Starkiller for the 49, Hasmo Bean for the 33, Nemo for the 20, Mighty Deacon for the 68, Stay Ashy for the 79, Puff Maggie for the 3 years. Happy anniversary. Mwah. Thank you very much for the support and the love. Grace Me for the 38, Big Jumper Vibes for the 11, Mr. Ediful for the 9, Happy Twitch Baby, Suchi for the 39, Mossy for the 85, Reikia for the 101, Plasma Phoenix for the gifted sub, Unnamed Trans Girl for the 3 years. Happy anniversary to you as well. Thank you very much. KH Fan, thank you for the 4. Red Lips Blue Veins for the 31. Amarian for the gifted sub. Endeavor for the 75. Sonic Advance for the gifted sub. Kitten for the 33. American Duchess for the 45. Aura Harako for the 69. Biosleeve for the 15. Graded Juice for the 9. Happy Twitch Baby. Ritsuka Kira for the 56. Firestorm for the 41. This Ends Badly for the 40. Weapon for the 34. Shine Slime for the 6. Missy for the 42. Simeon Wizard for the 53. Wild Blast for the 7. Nihil Bear for the 41, Brutalist Toast for the 23, Spring Fart for the 80, Benjack for the 28, Megaboss Boar for the 19, Duralis for the 14, Kalira for the 72. Happy 6 years! Happy anniversary. Thank you very much for the support and the love. Bored Mad Hatter, thank you for the 3, Gazbang Goblin for the 62, Lavender Lee for the 26, Jun Coffee for the 35, Eric for the 61, Hikari for the 102, Dr. Cabarant for the 31, Watcher for the 103, Witch Tea for the 64, Hydros for the 32, Southern Vices for the 6 years. Thank you so much. Happy anniversary. Jay Pretorius for the 68, Hambina for the 18, I will try again. Dark Themsby. Thank you for the 106. Rough Sketch for the 3 years. Thank you so much. Happy anniversary. Jump Troop for the 50. Walnor for subscribing. Again, welcome to the Cat Gang. Thank you so much for the support. Kriegier for the 99. Parade of Laughter for the 41. Zanb for the raid. Cyberpope for the 3 years. Happy anniversary. Thank you very much for the support. Dr. Sir, oh my God, Sir Servo for the 79, X-Event for the 82, and an anonymous gifter just gifted 10 subs. Thank you so much to whoever that was. I appreciate it. I would normally say, if you were gifted a sub just now, make sure that you take the time to say thank you to the person, but we don't know who it was. So just a general thank you to everybody who's gifted subs today. We also had a Valentine at the start from True Heart that said, I'm so happy you had a wonderful time in the U.S. It's a delight to have you back. You and chat bring me so much joy. It makes me smile big to see you and your fam thriving. Thank you so much. How sweet. Raid Leader was open, but no one took it, so it is mine. The window is gone. Dunzo, dude. So who am I sending you to? We got there. Look at that. Hot damn. I'm back in not America. I'm back in England. Gab is just doing some chatting. Gab Smolders. I'll send you over to her. There you go. Okay. Thank you all very much. I'll see you tomorrow. We're going to start Stray Gods tomorrow. So if you're interested in watching that, come tune in. It's good to be back. Hopefully by the end of this week, we'll be able to start moving into the new office, which is very exciting. Okay? Thank you all very much. Have a good rest of your day. Bye-bye.